Mindaramola. I was told to follow the program strictly, and I didn't see, okay, University Anthem is there. So I'm just seeing it now. So for those of us who didn't pass through Ife, don't be too much envious. Just bear with us. At least there's a place there where you can dance, so you dance along with us. And dance, anybody can dance. Please, let's rise up again as we take the University Anthem. The Great Ife Anthem. Not just the University Anthem, Great Ife Anthem. So our band is going to play with us. And where you are to dig it, please, let's dig it. Just ensure our caps and gillies. Great Ife, Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful campus. We are conscious, vigilant, progressive, and luther against all oppression. Forward ever, backward never, for learning and culture, cause and struggle. Great Ife, I love you. There is only one Great Ife in the universe. Another Great Ife is a counterfeit. Great, 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 great. Let's save time as we put our hands together and we take our seat. Quickly, we will be inviting to the high table again. I told you that the floors there are empty this morning. So we are privileged to have in our midst the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research, Innovation and Development. That's in person of Professor Yemi Akane. Please, let's quickly welcome. Another round of applause for our Deputy Vice Chancellor. With the host of today, while the Vice Chancellor is the chief host, but we have a host today, and that's the person of the Dean of the faculty. I'm sure those of us who have the program, you'll have seen how glowingly he has talked about the celebrant of today. And if students were to be here, I won't want to introduce him now because they will take over this place. But since students are not here, sir, don't feel marginalized, sir. You are safe. So it's a pleasure to invite to the high table our Dean in person of Professor Francis Abiodun Oladimeji. Yes. Some will call him Uncle Lad. Then the boys will call him Lad. Thank you very much again for celebrating our own Professor Bolaji. I also want to recognize and invite to the high table the lecturer of today, the guest lecturer of today, who also has to belong to the group. I don't know. I'm just wondering how he's going to cope in the next 1 year. So I'm just wondering how that floor will look like for him in the next 1 year. He didn't feel it in the past 1 year because he still has someone to share Bolowa. Okay. It used to be Tiwa Bolowa, but I'm wondering who will be calling now. And again, the upper floor also has gone. I'm sure you know the upper floor I'm talking about. Okay. Someone said, maybe this mommy, whose girlfriend is she among all of them? I said she's the girlfriend of all of them. At least microphone is with me so I can talk now. So she's bowed out too. So the lecturer of today, we need to encourage him very well so that in the next 1 year, he will not feel too lonely and too left out. Thanks for internet and GSM. Please help me welcome Professor A.O. Ogundaini. Well, a coup has been successfully planned, executed for Professor Ogundaini. He has insisted he's going to sit at the extreme there. But who am I when the DVCs are giving instruction? Please, I must also recognize the head of department, a student of the celebrant of today. So we are having a celebrant of today having produced professors too. And it cannot be better for any academic that is buying out. His former student is his head of department today. His former student is his boss today. His former student is the one signing his papers out of the university today. Please, let's celebrate the celebrant today. Please help us recognize the presence of the head of department of pharmaceutical chemistry in person of Professor Julius Olugbenga Shoyenka. Thank you, sir, for putting this beautiful program in place. We have quite an array of dignitaries here. So, in fact, how to start, in what order I should put it, it's been a challenge. I've been looking around, but I think I'm going to follow what I was given now. The list that I was given here is that we have among us a number of former chief executive of university and even current chief executive of universities present here. And I'm going to recognize them as I have it here. Please help me recognize the presence of Professor E.O. Ogunbodede, former Vice Chancellor of Bafemi Awolowo University. Prof. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. And the incumbent Vice Chancellor of Christland University, Abe Okuta, a friend where another former VC is coming in now, but I've started this one. That's in person of Professor Mrs. C.P. Babalola. We recognize your presence, ma'am. And just coming in also is the former Vice Chancellor, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, former head of Department of Pharmacognosy of Bafemi Awolowo University, and former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration of Bafemi Awolowo University. Please, recognize the presence of Professor Adesoya. You're welcome, sir. Professor Jimmy Adesoya. And also, Mommy Adesoya is here. They're always going hand in hand. I think I like that. A retired also from Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital. We recognize your presence. And professionally, we have quite a number of people here. But I'm going to start with our emeritus professor. Emeritus Professor Festus Adio Ogunbona is here present. I'm sure he's the happiest among us today, because if we are talking of Professor Bolaji having produced many. I don't know what we will say about Professor Ogunbona. Emeritus Professor, we recognize your presence, sir. Please, another round of applause for him. Okay. I didn't know that mommy is here. Okay, the cameraman has been blocking me. So I recognize your presence, ma. You're welcome, ma. Thank you, ma. Mommy Ogunbona is also here. So I'm going to start before I break too many protocols. I already mentioned the fact that we have the #1 pharmacist in Nigeria here present. And profs cannot be more happy to have in our midst the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, an ex-IFE, classmate of the current dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, in fact, the class rep of that set, and the two of them sitting beside each other, that's the VC Christland University and the dean today, and I understand there are many more there. So the dean has pulled them here, once a class rep, always a class rep. So he has given the announcement that all of you must come, and I guess the others are on the way. So I want to recognize our president, Professor C. Usifo, PSM president. We recognize your presence, sir. And we have also in our midst past president of PSN, our very own farm, Olutayo Olumide, the former, Akintayo. The writing was confusing me. Farm Akintayo Olumide, former PSN president. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry for the break in protocol. We recognize your presence. We also have in our midst the chairman, PSN Lagos State, that's also an ex-IFE, Farm Babayomi Oyetunde. Okay. Thank you for gracing this occasion. We also have past deans of the Faculty of Pharmacy here, and there are quite many. So I'm just trying to mention the fact that we have retired Professor T. Olugbade here, and with mommy, very psychedelic, and of course, our glamour is infectious. Anywhere she gets to, you don't need to look too much before you know she's present. Mommy, you are welcome once again. I forgot also to mention that Professor Ogundane has with us here. I guess she's the only one that Professor Ogundane will be calling now. So that's in persons of Mrs. Ogundane. Welcome you. Thank you, ma. So we must recognize you because you are the only one that Prof has now to call. So when he's not around, the people you used to go and look for him in their house, they are out of the system. So you have more of him at home now. Thank you, ma'am. Also, we have another former dean, that's in person of Professor Mrs. Afolabi. We recognize you, ma. Okay. You're welcome, ma. Then, another former dean is there. I don't know why he went to sit down with the Bolaji family. So, where he's also a member of the family, that's in person of Professor Moses. Should I mention the other one? Okay, let me tell you, Atanda. Okay. And of course, the one that you know is Professor M.A. Akamu. We recognize your presence. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. And well, of course, our association is well represented here. That's GIPA, Great Ife Pharmacy Alumni of Nigeria. That's in person of our global vice chairman himself among the boys. I'm talking of Professor Bola Olayiwola, We recognize you. And our global secretary is also there. Please, we recognize you. Yes, I am just been told now, even though I've been referring to her, but I'm yet to recognize her. That's the female boy. We have the boys, but we have the female boy too. Please help me recognize the presence of Professor Mrs. Grace Osarogoe Onaumi. Please, if there is any error I make, just blame this cameraman. Because, wow. Okay. And Daddy Onaumi is also here. Thank you, sir. I'm sure that now that more of the boys are going, so you have more of your wife with you now. So I'm sure some people are not happy that they are going, but I'm sure you'll be happy that, thank God. Okay, yes, another of our own, a former vice chancellor too, that I'm yet to recognize. That's former vice chancellor, University of Uyo. That's in person of Professor Fola Lasisi. I understand Prof is here. Prof, we recognize your presence. And we also recognize the presence of retired Professor, I'm Professor Mrs. Drusimin. We want to recognize your presence. Please, as many as we, I get the list, I'm sure I'm going to be recognizing you. And we have quite a number of our other guests who have been around for the workshop that started since Monday, and they are here with us. Please, we recognize your presence. And all members of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria or Osun State Branch, wherever you are, can you just raise your hand? We recognize you, sir. We recognize you, man. You are welcome. And any other one, as we get as they are sent to me, I will ensure that you are duly recognized. And we must also immediately go forward to redeem the time because we are about losing it. So we are going to be welcoming now the head department of pharmaceutical chemistry, who has put this program together to give us his welcome address. Professor J.O. Shoyinka. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
To save our time, I recognize and welcome Deputy Vice Chancellors, Principal Officers of the University, and all the dignitaries here present. In the name of the Almighty God, the most gracious and most merciful, the giver of life and giver of health, I welcome you all to this great and eventful ceremony. And I return all the glory to God for making all things possible for us as we have planned. It gives me a great pleasure to stand before you in this glorious gathering as the head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry. I can say that I've been highly favored by God to be the head of department that have been sending forth our retiring professors in the department since I joined the service of the university 26 years ago. First in the list was that of the Emeritus Professor F. Ogunbono in 2013, followed by that of Professor T. Olugbade in 2023, and this is the third in the list, still counting by the grace of God. Farewells are always hard, but they are especially hard when they involve someone who has been such an important part of our lives for so long. Today, we all have gathered here to celebrate the career of our beloved teacher and mentor, Professor Oluseye Oladotun Bolaji. Today, he will be bidding farewell to us after 48 years of service in the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Faculty of Pharmacy of our great institution. It is a moment filled with a myriad of emotions. Our hearts are heavy with the sadness of saying goodbye. Yet, there is a glimmer of joy of the new chapters he's about to embark upon in his life. So, my honorable teacher and mentor, let me join many other well-wishers in praising God for you and with you for preserving your life and that of your dear wife and your cherished children to witness this great celebration. And also for all of us gathered here to rejoice with you, including those physically present and those joining us online. I feel privileged to know that I am one of the students he taught, both at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He served as a consistent inspiration for every student in the class. By being on time, he showed us the value of and respect for other people's expertise and time. He constantly engaged us in the learning process and let us develop on our own, never coming to a conclusion on his own. He is very good at setting examination questions, and you have to really demonstrate an adequate knowledge of the subject matter before you can pass his examination. And as a result of this, many careless and unserious students will always avoid his question when the opportunity to do so is available. He's not only a great teacher, but has always guided the younger colleagues in the department whenever we needed guidance over any matter involving us and our responsibilities in the department. He has always made us realize the importance of integrity and has helped in defining what success really means. Yes, one of the greatest lessons you have shown us is that you care for all of us. Therefore, you earn the trust and respect of all who came in contact with you. The respect you show to each one of us, your willingness and eagerness to involve us in taking major decisions are things that will be remembered. You are dedicated to your task, sincere to the core, simple in life, able to remain calm under pressure, and never yielding to anger. Today, all of us have gathered here to celebrate his life and his legacies at our department, the Faculty of Pharmacy, and the Obafemi University in general, and using this opportunity to extend our thanks to him for his dedication, commitment to duty, academic leadership, and mentorship, and for the positive influence and impact he made in the life of everyone that had the opportunity of passing through him during their pharmacy training in the faculty. Thank you, sir, for all you do on behalf of everyone, and it is a sincere prayer that the Lord will reward your labor of love and sacrifice in time and eternity. As one of the academic leaders and mentors in the department, you are not only able to contribute your quota to improve the situation of things in the department, but also strive to ensure a stress-free learning environment for students. You try your best to improve the quality of training given to the students in the faculty and encourage their development through education and research. Your student-friendly approach and your enthusiasm to see each student gaining the adequate knowledge for pharmacy practice by showing extra concern to see that things work well in all times will be lovingly remembered for a long time to come. Besides being an excellent, creative, and hardworking lecturer, Professor Bolaji is equally very good at administrative responsibilities. He demonstrates an exceptional knowledge of the rules and regulations guiding the affairs of the various sectors of the university administration, and he talks convincingly over any such matters involving administration with facts and figures. He served meritoriously as head of department many years, as Dean Faculty of Pharmacy for a tenure of 2 years, and also a member of Governing Council of the University for 1 tenure. Your visionary leadership and commitment to excellence have not only elevated our department and faculty standard, but have inspired us all to strive for greatness. For time well spent, departures are occasionally celebrated more than arrivals. The opportunity to express how valuable a person is to you makes goodbye sweet, despite how difficult they can be. As you clock the remarkable age of 70 years, we are delighted that you can now spend your time pursuing your own interest in life and spending time with your family and friends as we part ways with you with good wishes and heartfelt regards. With all my heart and with the blessings of all present here, I wish you a contented and joyous retired life. May you find useful ways to engage yourself in the service of God and men in the days to come. I also request you to kindly accept this celebration of today as a mark of gratitude for all that you have done for the department, the Faculty of Pharmacy, and the Obafemi Awolowo University, where a great portion of your lifetime was spent in contributing to human development. As you move on to the next phase of your life, know that your impact on us is indelible. The knowledge you have imparted, the morals you have instilled, and the memories we have created together will forever be cherished. You are leaving behind a legacy of inspired and developed lecturers who are taking the baton from you to continue the race successfully by the grace of God. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Let me conclude by appreciating all the dignitaries on the high table, once again, all the principals, officers here present, all past vice chancellors, all important guests, and every one of us that are here. All the head of departments in the Faculty of Pharmacy and other faculties, all members of staffs of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, other staffs and students of Faculty of Pharmacy, and all well-wishers for joining us in celebrating and appreciating our own Professor Oluseye Bolaji. I pray that you will all be celebrated at various phases of your life by the grace of God. Thank you all, and God bless.
Can we make it a bit more resounding for our head of departments? Thank you for putting this program together. Please, I quickly want to recognize the other classmates of retiring Professor Bolaji here. At least I know Dr. Ali is here. Dr. Ali, where are you, sir? Okay, thank you, sir. We recognize you. He came all the way from Ibadan for this. I also want to recognize Chief Awo Tirebo for your presence. Chief, you are recognized. Thank you for making it to this program. And quite a number of our senior people in the university are also here that I'm just getting to know that are here. Please, let me quickly recognize the presence of Professor Fawole from International Relations Department. Welcome, sir. And Professor, my auntie Bridget Omabude, you will recognize your presence. You can't hide for too long. Then very close to them is the first academic pharmacist in Nigeria, the chairman NAPA, that's Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia, Professor Iwo Akinkunmi. We recognize your presence. Thank you very much. Recognize the presence of the heads of department that are here. I know HOD Pharmacology is here. Let me mention you first, because I don't think HOD still sign payslip, but if they do, so let me quickly recognize you. That's my head of department. Also, head of department pharmaceutical microbiology, cited you, and Mr. Adeniyi, that's the faculty secretary, Faculty of Pharmacy. Thank you, sir, for coming. And I've been told that all the former students of Professor Bolaji that are here and online, they want to be specially recognized. Please, a round of applause for all the former students of Professor Bolaji, both those of you here physically and those that are not here physically. Wow. There is also a big fish that this program has called as Professor Ebunade Juyegbe. We recognize you, ma, for coming. I wonder why these big fishes are hiding, and I know a big fish cannot hide for too long. Thank you, ma, for making it. Professor and Mrs. Oilami, we recognize your presence. You have always been a part of the Faculty of Pharmacy. Mommy, we recognize you. Thank you for coming. And okay, Professor, sorry. Okay, Professor and Mrs. Bayo Amale, we recognize your presence. Thank you for for coming, sir. Thank you, sir, for. And Professor Funsho Owotunde, please. Owotade. Prof. Sorry, that's former Dean of Dentistry. We recognize your presence. And Professor Otuyemi, please, where are you? We recognize your presence, sir. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Professor Adeodu, we want to recognize your presence, sir. Yes, sir. I will never forget you and your name by virtue of my late PhD supervisor, Professor Otas Ukpon. If you recall, sir, we started cerebral malaria research under you then. I was sent to you even when I didn't know you. So when I see that name, I always recognize everywhere I go. Thank you, sir, for being there for us and for being there for pharmacy. We want to recognize one of our collaborators, especially who is online. Now, that's Professor Collier. Please pardon if I break the names. Wasim Rembwa is the Chief Executive Officer, CEO of African Institute of Biomedical Science and Technology. This is a consortium for genomics and therapeutics in Africa. Thank you for being there. He is online presently. Quickly, we move forward again, and as we other guests coming, we will be recognizing them. Let me now welcome our host of today. That's the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy to give his own welcome address. Please, a rousing one for Professor F.A. Oladimeji.
Thank you very much. The MC have done a lot. He has done a lot, welcoming everybody. I think he has made my job very easy. I thank God for the group of people we are having here. It shows the type of person Professor Bolaji is. Array of personality, an academic world, in the cultural world. I'm happy for this. Thank you very much. But let me recognize those actually have listed here. Everybody is captured for their group. The Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Bamire, ably represented by DVC admin, my own brother, Professor Yomi Daramola. My Vice Chancellor, DVC, Research and Innovation. Sorry. Professor Akani, thank you very much. Sometimes one could go blank. I know there was a day in a program, I couldn't remember the name of Professor Olubade. It was horribly bad. I must recognize all the provosts here, the deans, former DVCs, and the colleagues of Professor Bolaji. I welcome you all. I welcome the guest speaker, the family of the celebrants, both immediate family and the extended family members who are here today. I welcome the students, his former students, some of who are now professors, Vice Chancellor, President of my noble profession. I welcome everybody here. Don't let me waste too much time. On behalf of the staff and students of the Faculty of Pharmacy, OAU Ile-Ife, I welcome you all to this valedictory lecture in honor of our retiring erudite scholar, a man of honor, an icon, and encyclopedia of knowledge, Professor Oluseye Oladotun Bolaji, FPSN, to be delivered by his very close friend and classmate, or better put or expressed as his Siamese twin, Professor Abiodun Oguntuga Ogundaini, also a fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, an intelligent and thoroughbred pharmaceutical chemist, former dean of the faculty, and the last of the tripod still standing in the service of the department. A lot has been said about that. I can predict with absolute certainty or accuracy that today's lecture will be a thrilling one, a digest for our administrators. Thank you, sir. You are going to hear some of his comments. And being from the horse's mouth, it will be very revealing of the celebrant. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, and all our invited guests, today marks the peak of a 4-day academic activities lined up to celebrate the young lad then from Bogon, Ulufi, who came to this university 52 years ago as an undergraduate and rose to the pinnacle of his career as a professor in 2004. Now retiring on attainment of 70 years of age. This is to the glory of God. I welcome you to the celebration of a man who has been involved in teaching and research activities in the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry for the past 46 years, 1978 to 2024, leading to production of several graduates, MSc, PhD holders, who are serving in the different sectors of the economy within and outside the country. I am delighted to welcome you to the celebration of a man who has diligently served the faculty at the university with great passion as HOD, Vice Dean, Chairman of several university committees, and a governing council member. And as a governing council member, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the faculty is most grateful to Professor Bolaji for his contribution to the physical, academic, moral, and structural development of the faculty. I know him to be a highly principled intellectual who stands on the truth, by the truth, and for the truth, and facts of the matters under consideration before making the judgment. Uncle Sheye, please. Uncle Sheye will never lobby for a favor or accept an ostrich gift in order to provide the cause of justice. I love him. He's a very forthright man. He is a man of integrity. Incidentally, as the dean, he's no more feeling any hyper form. I would have scored him 10/5. Our retiring Professor Bolaji has distinguished himself to be a committed, resourceful, versatile, and innovative teacher. As a researcher and mentor, he has made himself relevant in the academics and pharmacy world as a thoroughbred pharmaceutical analyst, specializing in pharmacokinetics, pharmacogenetics, genomics, and so. For those who are at the workshop held from Monday to yesterday, we have more about his area of specialization. Incidentally, he was leading the organization that held the workshop for him in all Africa before being retired now. We congratulate him for that feat. The faculty appreciate all his tremendous efforts in computerizing the examination results and serialization of the faculty alumni data. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, I'm using this privilege to draw your attention to the precarious establishment position of the academic and technical staff of the faculty. It has never been as critical as the current situation. The departments of pharmaceutics and pharmaceutical technology, Department of Pharmaceutical Microbiology, and Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry specifically are seriously affected by shortage of academic staff. The retirement of Professor Bolaji is another -1 from the departmental staff strength. Professor Oluseye retired from the same department less than a year ago without a replacement. The most junior academic staff in the department, who is now a senior lecturer and already been pursued or considered as reader, was employed 11 years ago. The current students population of the faculty at the professional years, from part 2 to part 5, is 617, while the academic staff population is 37, giving a staff-student ratio of 1 to 17, which grossly violated NUC-approved ratio 1 to 6. The pride of this faculty as the premier school of pharmacy with refined lecturers in terms of quantity and quality is being gradually eroded. I am sure, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, this is not and cannot be to the pleasure of our retiring Professor Bolaji. Our dear Uncle Sheye, you have done your very best. On behalf of PanScience, teaching, technical, and administrative staff of the faculty, I congratulate you on this joyful retirement and say thank you. The true son of late Pa N.O.B. Some of us understand that. The admiring husband of our sister, Lady, and the lover of the Scotch game, for all the services you have rendered to the faculty. I will miss your genuine guidance and counseling. Some of you encouraged me to go and take up the mantle as the dean. Now you are all retiring. Using my language, I'm going to use my language here. You are all retiring one by each. Enjoying your retirement while waiting for the pension, while waiting to join the pensioners. I got to know that from the lady among the boys, that he is not yet a pensioner, but a retiree. And then Professor Oluseye also confirmed that. I appreciate all the mentees, students, and friends of Professor Bolaji that organized this befitting scientific workshop and this retirement valedictory program. May his legacy as a real gem in academics, continue to inspire future generations of students and researchers. Once again, I welcome all our guests, especially the GIPA group, led by the Worldwide Secretary, the old students who are here. I'm really impressed. I have the past PSM president, Sky Olumide, and the group. I have my own current president, Professor Sifo. I was his class monitor. I'm still the boss of that set. I also have Professor Chinedu Abalola, thank you, who is the current Vice Chancellor of Chrisland University, Abeokuta. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to you all. There are so numerous people here, big people, past Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much for listening. Professor Bolaji, thank you.
I see a member of your class.
Yes, my God. This is Okafo, NS Okafo. In my class, we have 6 Okafos. That was when this university was a national university. There are so many Okorafo, there are so many OKKs. So thank you for coming. We are grateful to you. Thank you very much. Professor Bolaji, I am prostrating vertically for what you have done for the faculty. Thank you, sir.
Please, can we one by each put a round of applause for our day? It's good to clap. At least we're exercising the upper extremities. Please, quickly, I want to recognize, again, I did mention that we have in our midst the representative of Ogbomoso Grammar School Student Association, and our retiring professor is a member. But let me properly recognize now Prince Wole Oyebamiji, a former secretary to the state government of Oyo, of Osun, I beg your pardon, who is their present chief, sir, a prince, sir. Well, please, we recognize your presence. Is here representing the Old Boys Association. And while the dean was giving his speech, we had quite a number of guests that came in. Please let me recognize Professor and Professor Mrs. Olaogun for coming. Profs, recognize your presence. And Professor Mrs. Kehinde Taiwo, I saw her, she came in. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome, ma. I had to put Mrs. there so that you won't confuse there's another Professor, Mr. Taiwo. Thank you, ma. We also have Professor Afolabi, the Director of Computer Center. We recognize your presence, sir. Thank you, sir, for coming. And Professor Olakpeju Esimai, the Director Institute of Public Health. Thank you for making it. I saw you, ma, when you came in. Okay, thank you, ma. Welcome. And then Professor Lawa, Surgery Department. Sir, I saw you also when you came in. Thank you, sir, Prof, for making it. And yes, let me also mention that we have the director of the pharmacy unit of Health Center, our own fellow of Pharmaceutical Society, Akimbile. Please, we recognize your presence. Thank you very much. We quickly now, the chairman also wants to give his own address, and it is time for that. Please, with a rousing innovation, can we welcome the chairman of today, Professor E.S. Bamire, ably represented by DVC admin, Professor Daramola. Please, the band.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking God for giving us a very beautiful day today. No rain, no hindrance. I think it's a divine arrangement that we have picked today. After saying that, let me also recognize some people here. I recognize everybody. You are all important. But I have to really do a little bit of protocol on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. So before I do that, let me tell you again, as has already been established, that I'm representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Bamire, the 12th substantive Vice Chancellor of this great university. It was very difficult for him to ask us to go and represent him. But you know, we are meeting our new council for the first time. We started our meeting since Sunday. And this morning, the chairman is still around and sought to meet the Vice Chancellor. They were at that meeting when he asked us to go and represent him. He was not happy that he's not here, but he asked us to really express his feelings to the celebrant. So having said that, let me quickly recognize the presence of my partner here, Professor Aktoni Akiyemi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Development. Yeah, thank you very much. You all come, you are recognized. Let me also recognize my boss, the former Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Itokpe Ogunbodede. Thank you very much, sir. I have to do this because the Vice Chancellor should not sit or stand by any protocol. He has to really give his protocol by himself. I also want to recognize Professor Adesoya, the former Deputy Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration of this great university, and who was also the Vice Chancellor of Oladotun Obanjo University. Coincidentally, you know, when Oga left as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, he went for another national assignment and has been on national assignment since then. But coincidentally, I inherited his building as the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Thank you very much, sir. You are recognized. Welcome, sir. I want to also recognize especially our emeritus professor, Professor Gumbono. You are highly, highly recognized, sir. You are welcome and you are highly recognized. I want to also recognize all the Vice Chancellors there. If I want to be mentioning names, I'll take much of our time because I have 11 protocols that I'm going to observe here. So I want to recognize all the Vice Chancellors here, all the Deputy Vice Chancellor, former and present. And I want to also recognize the President, PSN. You're welcome, sir, and you're highly recognized. A round of applause for him. You know, it's not easy to have a president, though, and to have it in your midst like that. President, you're welcome, sir. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I welcome you. I want to also recognize the presence of the HOD of Baba's department. Thank you for organizing this befitting outing in honor of our father, Professor Bolaji. Thank you very much. You are recognized. A round of applause for him too. He has done so well. I want to recognize the dean, our own dean, Professor Ladd, and all the former deans and provosts in the house. I recognize all of you. I want to recognize, yes, our former deans. I think I have done that. I also want to recognize, yes, our former deans. I want to recognize the boys. All the three boys, please stand up because I'm with the microphone. All the three boys and the lady boy. The three boys and the lady boy. The lady boy. The lady boy. Thank you very much. Please let us appreciate all of them. These are great men. These are great men. You know, if you are fans of what is wrestling. There's a lady there that calls himself the man, but eventually she got married to another man. So I welcome you and I recognize all of you. I want to specially recognize, apart from being one of the boys, lecturer. Somebody called him guest. He's not guest. He's like his own-based lecturer. A round of applause for our lecturer today because he has agreed to do justice to that topic. Thank you very much, sirs, and for being here. I want to recognize and congratulate the celebrant and the wife. Baba and Mama, congratulations. We celebrate. Please stand up for recognition again, the two of you. We celebrate you. We celebrate you. We celebrate you. We celebrate you very, very much. Please have your seats, sirs. I recognize all the dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen. The technical crew and the musicians, I also recognize all of you. Let me say, before I read the Vice Chancellor's paper, you see, there's something that usually brings people together like this to celebrate another human being, and that is character and integrity. And this is what we have found in Professor Bolaji. Character and integrity. Yes, you know, when some of us join the system, these are the people, all the boys, you know, only God knows the affinity between the Department of Music and Faculty of Pharmacy. All the boys and the lady boys, they were my consultants when it comes to issues relating to regulations, ethics, and ethos of this university. I consult them very, very well. And especially Professor Bolaji is an embodiment of regulations and ethos and ethics of this university. He's an encyclopedia, all of them. So, I mean, if you have these people, answer, I want to also congratulate you. You'll be the second person to use this hall. I mean, since when this hall was this building was completed. So thank you very much. So you have so many things to be celebrated, sir. There's so many things. You are a man of many parts. Man of many parts. I said you are a mentor, and you are a mentor of mentors. You already have, is it yourself, father, great grandfather, great. You are a mentor. You have mentored mentors, and they are mentees. You have great grand mentees under you. So round of applause for Professor Bolaji. So we celebrate you. The entire university celebrates you. We're going to miss you, really. You are going to miss you. We're going to miss your contributions on the floor of Senate, at council, and all the places you have served. We're going to miss your contributions, but we thank God you are still alive. You are tired, but you are retired, but you are not tired. And you are not a tire. You are not an extra tire. So a round of applause for him, please. So let me quickly read the paper of the address of the Vice Chancellor. That opening address by the chairman, Valedictory lecture, Professor A.S. Bamire, the Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University. Professor Oluseye Oladotun Bolaji completed his Bachelor of Pharmacy, BPharm, degree program from the Obafemi Awolowo University in 1976. Let me also establish that you are one of the alumni that we are proud of. Though you are serving in the university, but we are proud of you. You are one of our alumni that we are proud of. All over Nigeria, people are referring to you as an icon of progress and success. Also, we are proud to be related, to be associated with you, sir. The university appreciates all you have done. Professor Bolaji was an alumnus of this university. He had his MPhil in pharmaceutical chemistry at the same university in 1980. He joined the services of OAU and started his academic career as a graduate assistant in the Faculty of Pharmacy in 1976. After completing his MPhil program, he proceeded to the University of Satellite, Glasgow, United Kingdom, for a PhD program. On completion of his PhD in 1983, he returned to Ile-Ife and was regraded Lecturer 1. He was, through this rank, he rose and finally became professor in October 2004. A round of applause for him, please. He was a visiting researcher fellow to the University of Alberta in Canada from February to October 1993, and a research scientist at Kingsford Medical Research Center, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, from 1995 to 1997. Professor Bolaji has contributed actively to the growth, progress, and development of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, and of course, to the entire university, the Faculty of Pharmacy, and the entire university at large. He is an outstanding and committed lecturer who has taught the subject of pharmaceutical chemistry for about 5 decades now. It's not a mean feat, 5 decades. It's not a mean. Please, a round of applause for this person that we're celebrating. It's not a mean feat. He has contributed to the training of many pharmacists and other professionals that are doing excellently well in their chosen field of expertise. Professor Bolaji is also an astute administrator who has served in many capacities. He served as the acting head or head of his department at different periods for many years. He served as the Vice Dean Faculty of Pharmacy in 1991 to 1993, as been pointed out by the Dean, and as the Dean in 2011 to 2013. He also served as the chairman of several committees of the Faculty of Pharmacy and, of course, at the university at large. That's Obafemi Awolowo University, among which include chairman Faculty College Admission Committee, chairman Faculty Continuing Education in Pharmacy Committee, Hall Fellow and Hall Master of Awolowo Hall and Akintola Hall, to mention but a few. Professor Bolaji's contribution in all areas of his service had been very outstanding. And I want to underline that, very, very outstanding and noteworthy. A notable grant award he led and shared with others was the Carnegie Corporation of New York grant for the establishment of the Therapeutic Drug Monitoring Laboratory. And he was instrumental to the establishment of the Bioanalytical Laboratory in the Faculty of Pharmacy, which attracted a donation of two units of SC and MC from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom. A round of applause for this man. Professor Bolaji continued to offer services and training outside Obafemi Awolowo University. He has served as a resource person at local and international workshops, and also as external examiner at undergraduate and postgraduate levels in many universities in Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, and served as member accreditation panel of the Nigerian University Commission or of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria to the Faculty of Pharmacy in many Nigerian universities. Professor Bolaji co-authored a widely used textbook in pharmacokinetics with colleagues at Obafemi Awolowo University and the University of Ibadan under the leadership of Professor F.A. Ogumbono, now emeritus professor at the Obafemi Awolowo University. We thank God for that because it's one of the major contributions of Professor Bolaji to this great university. Professor Bolaji, as a member of many professional bodies, which include International Society for the Study of Xenobiotics, Royal Society of Chemistry, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in academia. He served as a member of the governing council of this great university for a tenure. He has continued to be an inspiration to many researchers, students, and mentees who have passed through his tutelage, and has risen to enviable positions both within the university and outside the university, within the country and outside the country. Some of his former students are now professors, associate professors, outstanding professionals, and industrialists in many universities across the nation and even outside the country. That's why I told him the other time that he now has great mentees, grant mentees. The management and staff and students of Obafemi Awolowo University wish to congratulate our erudite professor on his successful academic career. Once again, sir, we congratulate you, the university, congratulate the family. Mommy, thank you for taking good care of Baba for us. You have done the best to keep him for us. We know God is God that keeps everybody, but you also played your part. Congratulations to you. We wish you a happy retirement as you exit from the university, from the service of the university, and we also wish you a happy Diamond Jubilee birthday. Thank you very much.
It's another round of applause for our chairman. Thank you, sir. And like you have said, you have been a very close friend of the Faculty of Pharmacy. And we recognize that. We thank you, sir. Before we go to the next item, I know we are supposed to have an interlude, so we have been using the interlude since. So an interlude, we continue. I want to recognize the former librarian of the university, Dr. Oguntu Ase. Thank you, sir, for being present. And seated close to him, there is a professor of neurology. That's Professor Mrs. Komolafe. We recognize your presence, ma. Thank you for coming. We also must recognize Professor and Mrs. Oedele from the Department of Pharmaceutics. Sorry, staff, that missed that out. And I'm sure someone will have been wondering who are these people on this side in the front row here. And that's the Bolajis, the Sions of the family. And you are special, you are important for this program. And so please, let's recognize them as we clap for them. I just mentioned their first name, Okpe, Tomi is on the way. Ife is represented by her husband here. Okay. So Ife and her husband, they are both here. Please, a round of applause for them. And Toby is with us online. We recognize you. Thank you very much for making our own Prof proud. Please celebrate them once more. I'm also aware that Dr. Mrs. Uebisi is around. I don't know whether former director of corporate services. Thank you, ma. We recognize you. Talking about Prof, we've been speaking glowingly about him. But one thing I know, Prof, is that Professor Bolaji is an impatient man. So at least he won't sign anything against me anymore. So, but impatient for mediocrity, impatient for having to, do what he feels is not right. I'm sure the Senate of the university will also miss him. I had the former registrar say, at the time, was like, please, she and Bolaji, she won't wear around inside it. Because we want to be sure that you have dotted the I's and the T's are crossed, or else, he will note it. And I must remain grateful to you, sir. For my PhD defense, he was chairman of the faculty PG committee then. And I didn't know how he got to know. Professor Shoyinka, you bear me witness. But he got to know that something happened and they asked the student, me, to make something available before that exam could hold. The next thing I had a few days that one prof said, chairman said that if you collect kobo from that student, that exam will not hold. And he went there, he was on the floor around me, as if it was something. I didn't know whether to be happy or not to be happy because my own let this call pass over me once and for all. But someone there is working for the student and the student cannot say thank you. And you dare not go to him to thank him for whatever. He will ask you, for what? And I'm grateful to God because I already told my wife that for the next month coming, don't be sure of what will come from me because they asked me to bring some money. But thank God, Prof averted that, and I was able to drop at home what I'm supposed to drop because I didn't need to pay any kobo. And that exam held. That's the kind of person he is. And when you are wasting time in meetings, he just, can we, what's the way forward? Can we move forward? Chairman, Mr. Dean. So, and members of the faculty board, you hear me watching, is that not? So we are going to miss also Professor Bolaji in the faculty board. And well, I'm inheriting something he has promised me. Let me say it now in case he has forgotten that all those archives in his office, sir, you recall you promised me, sir? Yes, you promised me. So please help me speak. Mommy, he promised me that I can come to that office because you can see everything serialized, well arranged. He will tell you, when I was visiting, come, I can show you the edict of the university that says that. And that's here and Professor Oladotun for you. And he will go to his office and he will point to where it is on the shelf and bring it out. And you will read it. In fact, you will find that he has underlined that area before. That means that issue has occurred and he has underlined that. And so we will miss him. And of course, because of him, I also we are going to form another set of the boys. Yes. Yes, so those of you who want to, we'll soon send out the application. So those who want to fill, and they will fill the form. Thank you once again, Professor Bolaji, for giving your time and for everything to this university. So that is the interlude I've just given now. So we have just had the interlude now. So now we are going to take the lecture now, and to give us a citation of the lecturer of today, the chairman has said we can't call him a guest lecturer. I mean, if you call Professor Ogundaini a guest to Professor Bolaji's function, I mean, I don't know. Who else can be closer? So, but formally, we still call him our guest lecturer. So please to introduce him is another of his students, a professor of pharmaceutical chemistry in Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti. Please help me welcome Professor Olubuyi. That's another OO for you. And the OO, don't go too far. In 15 minutes, you'll get to where the OO came from. It's another Bangan boy for him. Please, Professor Olubuyi, the microphone.
Good morning. All protocols duly observed, but I have to greet my father in pharmaceutical chemistry, Professor Bolaji. Congratulations today, sir. I have many fathers in the department, and all of them are here. So as I go forward, I'm going to request my father, Professor Abiodun Ogundaini, to stand on his feet. Thank you very much, sir. I'm reading the profile of Professor Abiodun O. Ogundaini, BPharm, MPhil, Ife, PhD Bath, CC Chem MRSC, MIPAN FPSN, FNA FAM. Abiodun Oguntuga Ogundaini has been a professor of pharmaceutical chemistry since 1997 at the Obafemi Awolowo University, which he joined as a graduate assistant 48 years ago. He has extensive experience in teaching, research, administration, and community service. His research focus is in the area of validation of ethnomedicines and isolating the compounds responsible for their observed biological activities. In the process, he has isolated many novel compounds and have also contributed jointly along with his students a number of compounds to the Pan-African Natural Product Library, the PANAPL, a resource base for those wishing to screen compounds for drug development. An appreciable number of publications in peer-reviewed journals have also emanated from these studies. He has been involved in training manpower for the country for over 40 years. This includes the supervision of 15 postgraduate students comprising 10 MSc, MPhil, and 5 PhDs, some of whom are holding senior academic positions in the Nigerian university system or as captains in the pharmaceutical industry. I think we should clap some more. It's not easy to supervise PhD and MSc, especially in a country like Nigeria. He also led a research group, the Antimicrobial Research Group, APG, from 1998 to 2004, and attracted research grants of about SEK 1.86 million from the International Program in Chemical Sciences, IPICS, Uppsala, Sweden. Other research grants include University Research Committee, URC grants, Tertiary Education Trust Fund sponsored National Research Fund, NRF, intervention research grants of 25 million naira on chemical studies of Nigerian medicinal plants with antimicrobial and CNS activities. 2 Carnegie Corporation of New York grants, jointly with other colleagues, to establish a therapeutic drug monitoring TDM laboratory at the Obafemi Awolowo Teaching Hospitals Complex, Ile-Ife, and for the Central Science Laboratory on optimization of the use of research equipment / facilities in the OAU Central Science Laboratory and addressing gender imbalance in the sciences at OAU. I think we should clap. Thank you very much. In addition to his teaching and research duties, he had served in the following administrative positions: acting head of Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry between 1991 and 1993, Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy from August 2001 to July 2005, Director, Central Science Laboratory from August 2009 to 2013, the Executive Director, Central Office Research, COR, from January 2017 to July 2018, and member, Governing Council of Obafemi Awolowo University from 2011 to 2013. Professor Abiodun Ogundaini is a member and public analyst of the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. He has served as external examiner at both the undergraduate and postgraduate levels within and outside Nigeria, and as a visiting professor at the Universities of Ibadan, University of Ilorin, and Olabisi Onabanjo University. I present to you Professor Abiodun Ogundaini.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think my job is a bit simpler because the very dire picture painted by my dean is the lot, not just of Faculty of Pharmacy, but the lot of Nigerian universities. And it's a pity that if nothing is done quickly about training, mentoring, and retaining talents in faculty position in Nigerian universities, I dare say in 5 years' time, we might not even have any universities in Nigeria. Let the truth be told. And all I'm going to discuss is for us to look back, see the way things were done in the past, and the conditions we are facing right now. Suggest some solution towards solving it. But more than that, is that I hope it will start a discussion about a serious problem we're going through in Nigerian universities. That's the outline of the talk. And I'm going to be reflecting on my brother and celebrant at the end of the lecture, not now. I want to thank the chairman of this occasion, the Vice Chancellor, Professor O.S. Bamire, ably represented by the DVC admin, Professor Yomi Daramola. And I especially want to thank the mentees and proteges of Professor Bolaji. They've really tried. There was an exciting and insightful workshop that took place Tuesday and Wednesday. Those that attended it will know that that's probably one of the ways of passing the baton to the next generation of academics. I was in on it, and it was glorious. The attendance from out of this country is equal in number to that from within the country. And we have resource persons both within and outside Nigeria participating. That's the testimony to the character of the man we are celebrating today. I thank them for inviting me to come and give this lecture. Training, mentoring, and retaining talents in faculty positions in Nigerian universities. Looking back to move forward. In looking back, I might step on toes. But I don't care. It's for a good cause. Because we have a problem. How are we going to solve that problem? Those three keywords, they are not mutually exclusive. They are related to one another. Because if you train people well and you mentor them well, that's a sure way to retaining them. If you train them and don't mentor them nicely, you run the risk. As you will see, there are several threats to Nigerian university system. So we're going to be looking at everything together. What is training? It's the process of learning the skills you need to do a particular job or activity. I have put the keywords in color. Process of learning the skills you need to do a particular job or activity. And here we are talking about academia. What does it entail? We learn research skills. We are sent either abroad to the best universities or locally. You train somebody. But a lot other aspects of training are neglected. That is the truth. What of pedagogy skills, which involves how to teach, how the students learn, and how to even assess them? I've said must be transformative rather than transmissional. But what we do mostly is transmissional. We don't challenge our students to think mostly and come up with solutions to problems. Because you get your PhD, you are thrown in at the deep end to come and teach. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, many other universities have put training on pedagogy online. If you want to be their staff, you go through it and you pass it before you are even
allowed to teach. I'm suggesting that we better introduce that. Don't throw people in at the deep end and think they are going to survive. Knowledge of university procedures and processes. Everybody has been glowingly talking about Professor Bolaji. But we had informal mentors. Let Professor Ogunlana, God bless his soul, Professor Ogunbono that is here. You cannot but learn the university procedures and processes. How to teach it, we need to formalize it. Writing winning proposals for research grants. Writing scholarly articles in top-rated journals. Some of these, you don't learn all of them, the ones in red, when you are being taught to get your PhD degree. You learn them through mentoring process and other trainings that you go through along the line. So universities are lacking in these items in the red bullet. So we need to concentrate on it too. Now, I am starting from staff training in University of Ife because there is a lot to learn from it. University was established in 1962 with a visionary plan for takeoff that anticipated establishment of new programs previously unavailable in Nigerian university system and control expansion in student enrollment. I explain myself. If I was the first to start chemical technology that metamorphosed to chemical engineering, agric engineering, they knew they were going to start them. So they prepared. How many staff are we going to need? Then control expansion. It was my set that we had 1,500 coming in for prelim to raise the population of this campus to 3,000. They call us Dugbe because 750 were in the sciences, 750 in the arts and social sciences. But the university adequately planned for this expansion. What do we have now? My dean told you, 617 students, 37 members of staff. What can you do? Consequently, it had as priorities staff recruitment, staff training, and incentives for staff retention. Development of relevant academic, student, and staff welfare infrastructure. We will see how staffs were recruited and trained later. Incentives for staff retention. They gave us an academic environment in which you can thrive. I went to Afe Babalola University, and when we have gone around, in my comments, I was guided. I said it made me remember University of Ife, not Obafemi Awolowo University. They created a staff club with amenities for relaxation. Staff. It's not junior or senior staff club. Everybody can meet that. We have a Leventi store where you can go and buy things. For students, a students' union building, a world-class sports facility. It had been there since 1972 when I entered this university. There's no new. There can be improvement, but the basic thing had been there. So they created a conducive environment for training, and the infrastructure for research was being gradually built up to accommodate the increase in population. The new administration in 1966 realized that they cannot continue to hire from abroad because of cost. So they deliberately instituted their own program of staff development. That is staff training. And the VC took the proposal to council. It was to cost £50,000. They approved £30,000 for him. But he moved with it. In 1969, 48 Nigerian staff members were being trained on the scheme. In 1972, greater than 100 had been trained or were being trained with university funding. Of course, several other organizations joined. USAID, Commonwealth Fund, Rockefeller Foundations, and so on. I used the Commonwealth Scholarship for my PhD. But I want you to note the last bullet. Of the 315,734 pounds spent by the end of 71-72, 260,597 was from the university. This is a consequence of planning. Somebody who knows his problem and is putting plans, strategic plans in place to be able, and it's only 55,137 pounds that were from external sources. What do you have today? We are waiting for external people to come and sponsor for us. It should be food for thought for all of us. Next slide, though. It's not working. The product of staff development. This is the beautiful thing. Sorry. It's not controlling. Can you go back one slide? One slide, please, before this. Go back. Maybe the battery. Thomas. Sorry for breaking transmission. This one is not power failure, but technology failure. The slide before this, please. Before, no, we are moving forward, backwards. Okay. What's the effect of training on the staff strength of the university? We can see what good planning does. From 1965-66 to 1973-74, out of 669 academic and senior staff, 567 were academic staff. And 230 staff members benefited from training up to PhD level, 73-74. By 74-75, percentage of academic staff rose to 81% and 92% in 94-85. Professor Bolaji sitting down here is a product of staff development. Professor Ogumbono is a product of staff development. Deliberate staff development program. Actual fact, in my class, we were 49. 10 of us came back to the university. And to the glory of God, we lost 2 people who were foreigners on their PhD. One a Ghanaian, one a Sierra Leonean. But out of the 8 remaining, I can say squarely 6 of us are in academics today. 3 in Ife, 2 have retired. 1 retired from Ogun State University, Professor Mrs. M.N. Oyewo, and Dr. Abiodun Ali, who went to the industry, came back, and is lecturing at Leeds City University now. So we can see, even when you train, it might not benefit you. There were attritions then, but the attritions had no meaning because of proper planning. Next slide. The product of staff development, the beauty of it, started training locally, 75 to 85. Indeed, a very welcome evolution. But we had the year of the locust, 1985 to 2000. Downturn in resources. There is a lack of motivation to become an academic staff. Who wants to join people who have sworn to poverty? Equipment were broken down, no funds to fix them or repair them, and it led to frustration for both staff and students. But thank God for Professor Wale Omoli in 1999. In order to put life back into this university, for the sciences at least, came with the idea of establishing a central science laboratory, a project that was sustained till about 2015. We still have the place, but it's a shadow of itself. It was established in 1999 to enhance teaching and research and provide institutional support for their functioning and maintenance. Believe you me, when institution support functioning and maintenance is different when departments support it. Because departments don't have the resources. All of you are heads of department here, you know how much you get. And between 2000 and 2015, a number of staff of this university were trained, and a lot from within the Nigerian university. It was a pride of OAU, and we were known all over the place. Even universities who want to set up similar things came here for consultation. Some of the facilities that were there, I've put them here because it was so vast that people who wanted to research had place to go. And it's open 24 hours of the day, night or day. What is the impact on this university? 36 science-based departments and over 24 universities nationwide were using these facilities. This is not just a hearsay, because when Carnegie started supporting us, you have to write a 3-monthly or a monthly report that gives statistics of users and the functional state of the equipment. So we can easily pull this thing together. And it served as a template for other universities aspiring to have central laboratories. UI, UNAB, FUTA, Unilori, ABU, UNICAL. And we were holding several workshops, training people on the prospective users so that we can correct some of the errors that we have seen during use. Then staff leveraged on it to get external loans. It positively impacted our PG research, both locally and nationally. Some of our students train on it are professors today here. It encouraged them to stay because they could do research. Provided some laboratory services that are not available elsewhere in the country, and we're hosting people from within Nigeria and from outside Nigeria. We hosted students' industrial work experience, and one of our former students from the departments of biochemistry later got his PhD from this university due to his exposure in the central lab, and is now a star in the US. While he was there, we didn't give him a job. So we trained him, and he left. It firmly put the university in the limelight and boosted the university's image because it was established to solve our training and retention problem. But what led to the failure? Electricity supply. The generators were 8 and needed replacing. The story is that Carnegie helped us for 9 years. And those 9 years, the university wasn't putting a penny. When Carnegie left, we never had a plan for sustaining it. When I was director towards the end of my term, I put up a paper to the university. And as of then, things were not expensive. It needed only 10 million naira, apart from the money we're making from the place, to sustain the place. I think we were giving maybe once or twice, and after that, everything stopped. The problem is you cannot evaluate a central science laboratory or anything that will make your staff happy in terms of naira and kobo. People who are thinking that how much are you making from there? So if you are not making money, we cannot put money. We forget that when your staff are happy, you are happy, your university is good. We're talking of staff training, mentoring, and retention. How can you retain people who cannot do simple experiments there? Nowadays, we spend money that should have come to these universities. People go to external laboratories within Nigeria to go and conduct their studies. Challenge to researchers to seek grant and lack of deliberate effort to sustain the university. By the university. Let's go to mentoring. It is a protected relationship which supports learning and experimentation and helps individuals develop their potential. It's where you have a mentor and a mentee who are mutually dependent on one another. And successful mentoring is based upon trust and confidentiality. What are the functions of a mentor? There are career-related functions as a coach to enhance mentees' professional performance and development. And the second one is the psychosocial function. You serve as a role model and support system. I want to publicly thank Professor Ogun Bono this morning, Professor Ogulano, Professor Laniyi. They were there for us informally. We stood on their shoulders and were able to achieve. And even they supported us. They were our support system. Through it, they are talking about boys. What brought us together was research. And through it, social leaning on one another developed from it. Nobody suddenly said we want to be together. But when you work together, you rely on one another, then you gel. And types of mentoring, you have the informal one, which occurs through professional or social, and formal, a managed matching process, which does not emerge naturally. It's a powerful tool in career development. But how much of mentoring goes on in OAU, Mr. Vice Chancellor? If any, it must be informal at best. And I've thanked my Ogas on whose shoulders we stood to make progress. There was a task force in this university set up in 2012 to recommend a structure and formalized mentoring along with implementation strategy. My sister, Professor Kehinde, stand up. She was a member of that committee. Three prominent members of that committee are retired from this university. People who could have given direction to its implementation. They made recommendations on global best practices to systematically expose academic staff to a number of resources supporting mentoring, systematically expose academics to research funding sources and related development opportunities for satisfying academic career. You can see that those bullets in red, they are being dealt with under mentoring now, not under training. Identify and respond to unmet capacity development and staff psychosocial needs, facilitate network of support for positive work-life balance. You form networks because when your guy is leaving, the network that he has, you inherit it and you build more to it. Professor Bolaji is a good example. He met Professor Collins Masimirewa in conference. They got together. This was a fellow. He had a job in AstraZeneca in Sweden. He left it and came back to Zimbabwe. And everything he thinks about every day is how to solve African problems. They got together and they've been together now for over 20 years. He was one of the people, and his consortium supported Consortium for Genomics and Therapeutics in Africa. And Professor Bolaji is going, it's handed over to these young men. They are already part of it. That's what mentoring does for you. The form and content envisaged were as follows. Newly recruited staff and early career research will receive necessary training in academic ethics, academic process, and academic and career development. Matching of mentors, and you can look at that first one. It has solved all the problems I highlighted in red. And I deliberately highlighted them in red then. Building capacity of the mentors and mentees through regular workshops and other fora. Regular mentoring meeting at least once a month. Then they recommended a structure. What are the benefits? For mentors, you impact the younger generation and leave lasting legacies. I salute you, my dear friend here. You are leaving a lasting legacy in this university. For mentees, it expands their knowledge of university's procedure and processes and builds sustainable network for personal and professional development. And for the university, Mr. Vice Chancellor, satisfied academic staff and students with increased scholarly productivity, ability to retain motivated staff with lowered turnover rates. Where are we with this effort? Over 12 years later, the policy is yet to be formalized. Notwithstanding, I have to acknowledge the OAU STARS program initiative of Professor Adebolugbe, the first OAU Research Excellence Award winner, to mentor brightest students in the university. Let me explain. When he was being given this award, I think the brightest students in about three or four for each class, for the whole of the university were brought together. And he said, I'll start this mentorship program for them. They were put in groups and they were challenged to have projects. They have 40 cohorts plus. I happened to mentor one of them. They wrote a concept paper. It was evaluated. And 10 were chosen for further work. Luckily, my students were among the ones chosen for further work. They've done a project with a grant of 1 million naira each. And they've submitted their reports. So they've learned about research, the problems, the prospects. But what is the university doing? Let us hope that some of these trainees of these efforts will show interest in academics, provided there is an appropriate follow-up by the university and conditions of service improve. Retaining talent. This is it's no rocket science. To retain talent is ability to retain those who have trained and mentored. For us to do that, we need to provide a conducive environment for teaching, research with appropriate remuneration. I have said it, nobody wants to come and join us again. You were told by my dean that in the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, the youngest staff is a senior lecturer being processed for leadership. You cannot delay his progress. I mean, it cuts across departments in the university, cuts across several universities. We are not a buyer's market. You don't go to market to buy a PhD holder. You deliberately build them up. Even if we are given tomorrow to fill 40 positions in pharmacy, where will they come from? That is why University of Ife instituted its own training program. Because that's the surest way to build your staff. Though there was some effort in OAU in the 90s through the establishment of Central Science Laboratory, sustained with Carnegie funds and by the university. But what happened next? I've told you. The place is a shadow of itself. So we need to be rethinking again. I am not going to complain. I want to look at the constraints and challenges that we have and proffer some solutions. But I've said this is to start a dialogue so that we can all truly contribute our bit to it. Human resources development and capacity building. We keep writing strategic plans. 2011 to 2015, it was in it. Have we truly addressed this? And if so, what variables went into addressing it? I told you, University of Ife envisaged newer programs. They prepared for the newer programs. They envisaged explosion in student population. They prepared for it. Are all these being considered when we write our own strategic plans? Inadequate institutional resources for human resource development. We need to now think outside the box. If we are waiting for this government to give us money for development or training of staff, we're joking. Except we start paying in universities, and universities can set money aside, like has been done of old, to retain talents. And there is a threat, predatory treatment by newer universities and developed countries, leading to inability to retain the trained staff. Every day we keep approving universities as if you go to Sabo to go and bring those who are going to teach there. Even if you are to harness the crop of retired professors all over Nigeria, we will still have staff shortages in our universities. Aging professorate leading to loss of experienced staff members. I spoke about the policy on mentoring. There are 3 of the people that wrote it are no longer with us. I hope by the time policy will come on, it won't be given to total strangers who had no ideas. And this is why good policies die. It will be handed over to people who have no idea about what has gone into it, and everything will just die like that. What of the state of our laboratories? They are nothing to talk about. State of infrastructure impacts the institution's ability to produce and apply knowledge. I can tell you about Professor Bolaji's laboratory. One of his students who got his PhD from Liverpool, when he came back, got another grant. Was it a Wellcome Trust grant? Even his salary was paid from that grant by this university. And we begged the vice chancellor of them, luckily sitting down here, to release the guy's salary so that they can use it to put, solar for their laboratory. Because they have a minus 80 degrees freezer. If the light goes and you cannot maintain it, everything dies. So they had to be buying batteries every day to upgrade that inverter and so on. The guy struggled. As soon as he's finished serving his bond with us, the people he left who recognized his scholarship took him away, gave him a position in Liverpool. He must be online because he has not abandoned us. But a lot of people leave and abandon us. He didn't abandon us because of the relationship we all had with him. It's not because of this university. Lack of little or any institutional linkages, especially university-industry linkage. I want to salute Professor Aderounmu and his group, the ACE group. The facilities we're using and the facilities is complex. It's by a research group within this university in ICT. It can compare with the best, if not better than the best. Maybe we need to start thinking when we come to solutions, to start thinking along that line, so that other groups will emulate them and will bring something sustainable to this university. Public expenditure on education, research, and development. Our government are not spending anything on education. They don't allow you to charge fees, yet they are not providing fees to run the place. So who is deceiving who? When I was dean, I told my students that they needed to pay for their laboratory. They came with a Luther spirit, started arguing with me, and I said, which secondary school did you go? How much did you pay? Which secondary school did you go? And I said, my own children were going to Dudu Yemi, and I'm paying 140,000 per term. Then I want them to come to Ife and pay 9,000. And I'm expecting good education. All right. Then limited funds on small research projects, and that is not what moves a country forward. Then weak institutional arrangements for development start-off, which are the locus of innovation. We don't have that because in other universities, they go into innovation and then things build up from that. And that is what they use to sustain their universities. It's not necessarily government funds, but they have been enabled to be able to do this. Well, how do we overcome those challenges? We need to visit human resource development. We need to support continuous training of academic staff based on rationalized estimates of needs and thinking out of the box for sources of funding. Because let's be honest, it is not coming from our government. I don't know the solution, but we need to think outside the box. For example, South Africa, in responding to a new generation of academics, they instituted a new generation of academics program. They supported their institutions' recruitment, development, and retention of early career academics. If anybody is close to government here, this is the way to go. Even the little we're doing by TED Fund, I want to revisit it. We're just kidding ourselves. Why did I say we're kidding ourselves? The funds available for TED Fund training, 30% to those training locally, 30% to those going abroad, 30% for, I think, maybe split site studies, and 10% for fellowship. Have we sat down for once to see how many of these people we are sending abroad come back? I want to suggest that that scheme has to be revised. Let us support those who are studying in Nigeria. Then let them have a split site thing. If they need to do something for 6 months, travel to go and do it and come back. I am not saying it's going to stop attrition, but it will reduce it drastically. Then they have some obnoxious rules that have to be cancelled. One of them is under section 3812A. Inbreeding will not be supported. Scholars will not be sponsored if they are to study in their home institution. It's a very, very obnoxious rule. Look at, we have a center of excellence in IT studies in Ife. You have seen the complex. Then just because TED Fund will not sponsor somebody to read for PhD here, you will send him to somewhere where facilities are not as good as this. The university was good enough to train them for undergraduates, and now they are talking of inbreeding. I think it has to be stopped. Then while they pay bench fees for those traveling abroad, they don't give the Nigerian ones any bench fees. They only give them sustenance allowance. I think these are things we need to relook at. Then you say all lecturers seeking sponsorship should go to university league tables seeking admission to ensure that intended universities are ranked higher than Nigerian universities. If you trade them in the Oxfords and the Cambridges of this world, the prospect of their coming back to you is zero. The prospect of coming, when we even finished in 1983, we were going to be retained or sent to other places to go and do our postdoc. It is sheer patriotism to draw ourselves out of it to come back. Talk less of this Jackpot syndrome that you are sending 30 people. The people who are sending them abroad, they don't mean well for this country. It is for them to have resources to travel once or twice a year under the rules that they are going to visit those people. What would their visit do? Even during our time, those who have been sponsored by this university, they never had to, nobody came to see us. There was a university office manned by a single woman in London. All you need to do is to write your problems. Believe you me, not with up to a week, your problem will be solved. If there are people who are close to those who are manning this third phone thing, we need to have a look at it. If we truly want to retain members of staff in Nigerian university. Sorry, part of human resources. I saw this when I was giving a lecture somewhere. And it's simply like this. If we have links with industries, industries are going to have problems they want to solve. They'll provide the funds. You provide the students who's going to solve it. The student will work both in the university and the industry. You will solve their problem. The student will get his degree. Gradually, you are having contact. When I was in Central Office of Research, one company, manufacturing motorcycle, gave to our material and met that they should design new brake pads for them. And they were even taking undergraduates for immersion studies. So this is the way to go. This is part of the way to go. Then appropriate remuneration and improve institutional resources to prevent brain drain. Provision of facilities for training and cutting-edge research by staff members. Then the university is advised not to waste energy and resources reinventing the wheel. But after establishing several panels on critical academic matters, should develop appropriate follow-up policy documents or incorporate the outcomes into existing policies and implement, e.g., the 2012 mentoring document. Now, I wish to reflect on my friend, my brother, and my long-time sojourner in this academic world, Bolaji. I've told you that he's a product of deliberate staff training. Sheye had opportunities to stay outside this country, but he chose to come back. When he was in Canada, his supervisor was even asking him, are you going back to Nigeria? Military rule and everything. He said, I'm going back. He came back. He went to Saudi. He didn't go as a dispensing pharmacist. He was employed in a teaching hospital where they do research to inform clinical treatment. That's where he was. He stayed 3 years. President Olubade can bear me out. Committee of friends met, and we said Sheye should come home. Of course, who will be mandated to write him but me? I wrote the letter. Great minds work alike. Sheye had not received that letter till today. But he made up his own mind after 3 years that enough is enough, I'm going home. He has trained and mentored a number of students at master's and PhD levels, both working within and outside Nigeria. The group that put together the workshop and this is not limited to Nigeria. People are abroad attending meetings to make this a reality. He leads the translational pharmacokinetics group with functional laboratories for research and training and international collaboration. He has successfully led and supported the younger colleagues to win both local and international research grants for this university, in spite of the almost impossible subsisting conditions. He's a very, very successful family man. Of course, you can see beside him my dear sister, Mrs. Olayide Omololu Bolaji. who I have to sincerely thank this morning for the able and solid support to Sheye. I call him my sister and my surrogate wife. Of course, Sheye's children, Okpeyemi and Tunde, Tomilola and Tope, Paul and Ife, and Tobiloba. And I have to especially congratulate the Bolaji family, hereby represented by Pastor Jide Bolaji and the wife, the Dare family, Kehinde, and Dr. Sheung Garuba, and the Akiyemis, of course, represented by Dr. Taiwo Akiyemi. And believe you me, I am proud that we have not wasted our life here. The celebration that Sheye is receiving today is a testament to the fact that see a man diligent in his ways. He will stand before princes and not ordinary men. My friend, congratulations. Sorry, I'm not finished though. Conclusion. Some of the problems confronting the training, mentoring, and retaining talents in Nigerian universities, using OAU as an example, have been highlighted, and some ways of overcoming them discussed. Hopefully, the issues raised therein will form a springboard for further discussions through debate towards addressing these problems to save Nigerian university system from imminent total collapse. I wish Nigerian universities a true forward move. Thank you, and God bless.
Please, can we make that applause a bit more resounding? Thank you, Prof. There's no one that could have done it better than the way you did. And I can see you fighting back tears. Where I saw that the fighting doesn't need to be obvious, but it can be innate. We want to thank you once again because you were part of the journey right from the beginning, both as students of Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ife, and then as a lecturer and teacher here. We thank you once again. Please, as we quickly move ahead, quite a number of dignitaries also came in. We saw that Professor Showande, the Dean Clinical Sciences, also came in. Prof, sir, we recognize your presence. And the team from University of Ibadan, that's the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, University of Ibadan. We'd like to recognize you, Dr. Aderi Bibe, the head of department. Please, where are you, sir? Yeah, Dr. Aderi Bibe, also an ex-IFE. I think we should be loud about that. Then Dr. Adebola Gun, also from Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry. Dr. Kotila, also from Chem UI. Thank you very much. And of course, the celebrant of today has a very great, good friend beyond the laboratory, but to the pitch and to the squash court there. And that person is represented here. And I was glad when I saw him, a retired professor of Department of Botany. So please let me recognize Professor Siche for gracing this occasion. Thank you, sir, for being a great friend for a long time. The Director, Institute of Cultural Studies is also around. That's Professor Fasiko. Professor Fasifu, we saw you. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Then I saw some archive shifts that took place in medicine. So Professor Mrs. Ebon Tukis Ali and retired Professor Mr. Adejugbe also came in. Prof, sir, thank you, sir, for coming again. We really, really appreciate you. And of course, one of the boys in the humanities, yes, sir. Microphone is in my hand today. Prof, after now, you can arrest me. So please, let's recognize the presence of Professor Kemi Rutimi from Department of History, Faculty of Art. So, and then quite a number, Dr. Adedeji, we'd like to recognize you, please. Thank you for coming. And again, from Chemistry Department, retired Professor Asubi, you will like to recognize you. Thank you, sir. I can see that the reaction, in spite of all the catalysts, the reaction is still going on. Thank you, sir. And of course, the Gbangan connection is still very strong. So I can, because someone was saying, I saw Luluju. That was at the beginning. I said, I have not seen him. So the person quickly came to announce to me, Shibi, I told you that fellow Luluju is here. Please, we recognize your presence. Thank you for coming. In fact, we'll have protested to the Olufi's Palace if you didn't come. Thank you, sir, for making this. So quickly, let's go ahead. But we can't hear this much without a little discussion on it. But we have streamlined it in such a way that it won't be boring and it will be very fast. So the discussions or the comments will be very sharp, just two people, and maybe after their own. Someone has suggested that we can also take one or two. Okay, thank you, sir. So we cannot say no to a former VC, but some people have already been prepared for it. We'll quickly take them. So we're going to take Professor Colin, and then we're also going to take Professor CP Babalola for that. In just about 3 minutes each, they'll be speaking. Professor Colin is ready online. So can we quickly have you and take your comments? And then Prof will take over. Prof.
Good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And I want to salute all the dignitaries. I must say I've never attended a discussion where there are so many professors. So I feel it's a privilege to even be allowed to speak. And I think that privilege is only because I know Professor Bolaji. And in that
last time I checked, that seems to be my voice.
so I actually did meet. There's an echo. Can you hear me clearly? There was an echo. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So first, I want to really appreciate Professor Ogundi's lecture on training, mentoring, and retaining of scientists. And I quickly actually called some of my senior scientists to listen to you. So a number of people will be contacting you because it was truly inspirational the way you projected that. So my comment on the issue of training, mentoring, and retaining is premised on a small organization like mine, where we have tried to focus on translational science. And the issue is, after you invest so much in young scientists and only to lose them to other people who see the value, has bothered us a lot. And we have been thinking about how best can we retain them. Now, the idea of our training is that the graduates must cause industry, because we are a translational research institute. So we are asking ourselves, what would be the best model that allows somebody after graduating with us to remain with us? Matching salaries is one way, but it's not enough. Matching the environment is one of the best ways, but it's not easy to do because of the various constraints we have. And what we are beginning to think is that if you train them in the ways of innovation and they generate intellectual property, there must be a mechanism of value sharing in terms of the outputs of their innovation. So this is one model we are thinking can work. And if one is going through that route, one must be keen to invest in those people. So instead of when they finish their training, to say to them, go and look for a job. And if you believe they are very good, individually or as a team, how do you invest funding, whatever, 50,000, 100,000, as a challenge for them to embark on an innovation route with the idea of product development? And if you do that, you are creating the necessary challenge for them, and you are giving the seed funding for them to try to do something. And we believe that that model might work. We have not tested it for long because we are a very young institute, but we believe that linking retention with the birth of a small industry or biomedical industry around our areas of focus, which are therapeutics and genomics, is going to be the way we go. For example, our institute, ABIST, has now done a spin-off company, which is called Cradle-Omics. And a person can have one foot in industry and one foot in academia. So we are experimenting with this type of models, and we hope that they can be positive. And I'll be certainly be, hopefully in the 10 or so 15 years, we'll be able to give an account of whether it has worked or not. And lastly, I want to also suggest that one way, when we have lost some of our graduates to the global north because of resources, and I was one such person who went to Sweden for 15 years before coming back, there's a moment during that time, what I call the home gene. When that home gene switches on, the hunger to go back to your country, irrespective of the circumstances, is incredible. And I believe that universities or research institutes or companies must take advantage of that and create a viable path back, re-entry path. So it's also another model which I believe at other levels it can be used to be able to attract people back by offering a mechanism of re-entry, which is not as tough as it. For me, it was very hard when I came back. But I'm thinking of how do I make it easier for young people coming back from America, from Canada, from the UK? How do we make it more sustainable or doable? Because they cannot just come with a suitcase and in 2 weeks' time, they are back in poverty. So these are some of the kind of models we are thinking about, but obviously they might not operate at a large scale like a OAU university, but for small organizations like mine, we think we can experiment with them, then they can be modified for adaptation at bigger institutions. So really, I just wanted to make that comment, but in way of ending, I'm compelled to speak about my brother, Professor Bolaji, whom I met in August 2003. And just meeting him, talking about peak pharmacokinetics and pharmacogenetics, we just clicked. And ever since, it has been an amazing journey of collaboration. And really, for me, looking up to him as a big brother. And he has visited me, I think, twice or three times, coming to my family. And at home, they really, really appreciate him because when he was home, all the children, he just has this fatherly, this caring persona about him. He exudes that kind of care and brotherhood. So I really want to thank you very much, Professor Bolaji, for really being a role model for me. And really, when you come here, how people appreciate you in Zimbabwe. And of course, lastly, but not least, I want to thank Ms. Bolaji, because when I came to Nigeria, the food was just too hot for me. It was extremely spicy. And I actually had every evening I had to go to Professor Bolaji's house to get better food. So she really took care of me. So I want to thank you very much, Ms. Bolaji. Thank you.
I think you may want to use this place.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor ably represented, and all the wonderful people here, the celebrant of today, all my own mentors that are here, and friends and mentees, and of course the guests, in quote, speaker. I thank you for asking me to say a few words. I did a lot to be here today. I had to sacrifice a lot, took a late flight yesterday, got to Lagos very, very late in the night. I don't want to say the time, so that I can leave early to be here. And I may not call myself a mentee, but I'm a protege of Professor Bolaji. By the time he returned in November 1983, we had graduated a few months back, but we were retained in line with what Professor Ogundaini just said. We were the generation that did not go abroad. So those that went abroad came back to teach us. Do you get it? So, and so 10 of us or more, I don't know, I think 10 of us were retained. 2 of them are here, plus myself, we're 10. I don't know whether Lad was part of it. I must say, we graduated 1983 June, our set. And in that set, I can count 5 professors. And all of them have been deans. One a vice, and all of them have been deans, yes. 3 of us from FAMChem, precisely. And one is the #1 citizen in Nigeria for pharmacists. That's Professor Osifu. And then one is a vice chancellor. One is a current dean. So you can find us all over. These are those that are professors. Some are on their way. So we were the direct beneficiaries of their training abroad. I know the Vice Chancellor is listening. They did teach undergraduate, but they taught us from master's level to PhD. Of course, my PhD supervisor, Professor Ogumbono, is a mentor to Professor Bolaji. I had more access to Professor Bolaji than Professor Ogumbono, and that's what it's supposed to be. More access to Professor Onyiji, Professor Bolaji, than Professor Ogumbono. I can count how many times I had to really deal with Professor Ogumbono. And he taught me quite all right, but the aspect that I felt was Professor Bolaji. I would sleep in his house. Computer just came in. So I was the first set of PhD students that typed their projects with computer. Yes, not typewriter. I didn't use typewriter. My master's was typewriter. The PhD was, and Professor Bolaji will not let you go. He was the first to digitize results in pharmacy and in the whole university. And so when we came to faculty board, we didn't use normal. There was this sheet that they used to fill results. I've forgotten the name. What? No. Pharmacy threw that away. And from there, the university adopted it. I'm going somewhere with what I'm saying. So I would stay in his house typing, correcting. So my project was computerized. And since we're in the same area of specialty, it was easy. He edited everything. I did sleep in his house. That's the truth. And it's, of course, honestly sleeping in his house. Because the wife is there. And I cannot forget the impact these overseas trained people had on us. So my first, second, third degrees were here. First was that they took the best brains and retained us. I think it still goes on. We had to do our internship here. It first started it. So there were no two ways about it. We did our internship here, started our masters, went for youth corps, came back, started PhD, completed. There were difficult times. They were not easy times. If you check that story, I mean the lecture, our period, the hardship had set in. So we had to struggle a lot. Some of us dropped out. One of them is looking at me. Very intelligent people. I mean, the best person dropped out. The best in our class dropped out because how will they pay? Austerity measures had come in. It took tears for me to stay. The firstborn of 5 children and a pharmacist. At the time I was in my master's, 5 of us were in the university because the gap is just 6. My mother gave birth to 5 of us in 6 years. Yes. So by the time I was in my master's, the 5 of us were in the university and wonderful jobs were waiting for me in Lagos. But I made up my mind to stay with tears, collecting money from my parents. It was teary, I must tell you the truth. It was hard. But because I believed in academia, I stayed. I had job offers everywhere. My parents had plans, but I stayed. And I thank God today that I stayed. So the power of teaching, mentoring, passing on the baton can be very strong and very, very strong. It was on me. When I went for interview as a vice chancellor, they said, BPharm, Ife, MSc, Ife, PhD, Ife. You're a local professor. I said, no, sir. And I was bold enough to say, no, sir. I'm not a local professor. And I am not. I am not a local professor. Because with those degrees, it has taken us all over the world. And we are still coming back, despite temptations to stay away. So I'm talking to you as a product of what was delivered today. And when I looked at Professor Bolaji, I said he's the happiest man. Watching the program that took place 2 days ago, I spoke in I spoke yesterday. He's the happiest man on earth to be able to have people he's handing over to. And that's the beauty of this. Some of our mentees are all over the world. Some of our mentees I just love mentoring. Some of my mentors are here. They came here for the program. They came here for the lecture. You can't wish it away. One of them, I always praise her. I'm sorry I would embarrass her. And that's Dr. Jacinta. She can stand up for recognition. Dr. Jacinta, you can sit down, is not a pharmacist, just came to us in UI and I picked her up. I saw she was very intelligent. She read chemistry. And by the time I saw the strength in her academically, I retained her on my own wages. Because the universities are not taking them. What we enjoyed in Ife, UI never did it. They never retained their best and gave them opportunity to do internship. And that is the best thing we should be doing. They never did. At a point, one of my students from UI begged me to get her a position in Ife. And I pleaded and they took her. She enjoyed that program in Ife. And that's the way, if you retain your best, that's my message here, whichever university, whichever institution, if you can retain the best 10% and intentionally train them, you will be passing that mentorship from generation to generation, to several generations. Secondly, we should do it, in pilot way, informal and formal. We've heard of informal. formally, since that policy, that's what I'm living with the Dean of Pharmacy. Hello, sir. Since OAU has not taken up the policy on mentoring, Faculty of Pharmacy can take it up. And some of our alumni members can build something around there. Let us have a funding for mentorship, starting with Faculty of Pharmacy. Am I talking alumni? Yes. So that we can retain, even if it is train, let us talk about train and retain if possible. Employment by public institutions is almost zero. That's why Jacinta was not employed by UI. Today she's employed by Lead City. So it doesn't, let's just train as long as they are being useful elsewhere. That is important. And then find a way of paying adjunct staff to come under that mentoring program, pay adjunct staff to come and teach the students in Ife. Hello, am I talking? Yes, let's set up something like that so that it will be sustainable. We can endow a funding for that to our alumni. So that's one way we can formalize the training. The area we study in research is very tough. It's pained me to hear that the central lab is no longer. I was one of those that promoted central lab. After I was trained here, but I went to Ibadan and I kept sending students here. I'm sure you can remember. And from here, UI came here. I told them and they learned about it and set up their own central lab. So it's painful to hear that the central lab is no longer functioning. And I think the university should do everything to resuscitate it and intentionally train people. The area we study, pharmacokinetics, pharmacogenetics, is almost impossible with the Nigerian money that we have. It's expensive. So I praise the Translational Pharmacokinetics Research Group. And I want to let you know it's surviving because they also have external friends supporting that unit. And of course, we want to be part of it in our own ways. Then I want to also use this opportunity to really, really congratulate Professor Bolaji. I don't know how to explain it, but when he came to UI, the very first time I attracted sabbatical professor was actually Professor Gundaini. And I had to defend it in UI because we lacked human resources to teach the students. And the day they never take sabbatical professor, they felt they had enough. So I want to also suggest that the university should look into that, getting adjunct and getting sabbatical professors. In the same vein, Professor Bolaji, I was happy he came to my department when I was dean as a sabbatical professor. And thank God my colleagues are here. He added a lot of value today, to our department. So I'm seizing this opportunity to say thank you very much and congratulations. We will continue to build on what you have left and we will transfer to others. And now we conclude with the story of Dr. Jacinta, as I said. I may not say some personal things, but her background is extremely humble, extraordinarily humble, but her brain is not humble. And there are many people like that. So personally, we can take on people and mentor them very well. So immediately, I had an opportunity to showcase her in an international collaboration. I couldn't attend that meeting. She went, she represented me very well. And they asked, who is she? I said, go and interview her. And I was not there. They interviewed her and gave her scholarship. And with that scholarship, she's traveled all over the world. She's traveled to the US, to UK, to Liverpool, to Dr. Olagunju's lab, and produced one of the best PhDs that we're proud of. And she's not done. She's done postdoc, she's done so many trainings, and I'm even glad that at least she's in one of our universities in Nigeria, doing exploits. That is what mentoring and good training can do. You can throw her anywhere in the world and you will be proud of who she is. She's just one out of a number that I wanted to talk about. So on that note, I say congratulations to the family. We're all in the same church. We're in the same church in Ife here. And to the children, congratulations. And to everybody here, to our mentor, grandpa, mentor, Professor. Professor Gubono, congratulations. I'm congratulating you. Thank you to the boys and to the girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we give a more resounding applause for that? So we are hearing from those who know it very well, those who are part of it. And I think I'm also a witness to the fact that Dr. Jacinta Nwogu-Atta is one of the best, because presently we have worked together and she has distinguished herself at Leeds City University, Faculty of Pharmacy, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry there. Just last week, they went to represent the university as NIMA, Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, and they came back with laurels. So I feel so proud of your efforts. That's good. And to mention that also all the way from Leeds City, we have I was introducing him as a geriatric pharmacist somewhere there. And so they looked at me, those who are not pharmacists, but he himself understands. Talking of Dr. Ali, once again, I recognize your presence and I feel so humble. We're having a meeting and they saw I was bowing down. I had to tell them, I said, the person I'm bowing down for is a classmate of my bosses at Ife. Oh, everyone said, oh, no wonder. So I said, before they take my job away from me from Ife, let me bow down today. So we recognize your presence once again. So can we take two now, Professor? Yes, the former Vice Chancellor will be the first. The second, who wants to be the second? Just that two. I hope after his speech, Professor Adijugbe. Okay, Prof, sir. Okay, sir. So please, let's welcome Professor Ogumbodede for his brief comments, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing protocol, but even with that, I still have to recognize the Vice Chancellor, who is the chairman of this occasion, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, and ably represented here by the DVC administration, Professor Yomi Daramola. So I want today is a day of joy, and we are all rejoicing in it. I'm glad that I'm here. So, and I'm also happy to have the guest lecturer of today. Somebody said it's not a guest, that is part of the department. But I want to say that Professor Ogundaini has delivered an erudite lecture, and I very much enjoyed it. But I will come back to some aspects of that lecture later. So, but in the first instance, let me congratulate Professor Oluseye Bolaji and Mommy Bolaji. There is something that we have not really mentioned, and that is the fact that Dr. Sheye Bolaji is somebody who will go to any length to ensure that the truth is actually upheld at any point in time. Yes, people have alluded to that, but I think that there are occasions that need to be mentioned. You know, the other aspect that we also have not been able to seriously justify, to my mind,
is the fact that Dr. Seye Bolaji is not just retiring, he is leaving a legacy of research in that department. There are quite a number of things that you expect that in the university will be happening. For example, you don't expect that 90% of members of staff of a university will be conducting research using their own salary. And that is exactly what has been happening. So people, but when you see the likes of Professor Seye Bolaji, in spite of the hardship, in spite of the difficulties, they have been able to channel a path that is not just beneficial to them or to the university or to the system, but that is also beneficial to the people coming behind them. So those are the real academics, those are the real researchers, and those are the kind of things that we are celebrating today. So on occasions, as Vice Chancellor, Professor Seye Bolaji had come to me to say, these are some of the challenges that we have and everything. And he is sitting there and he will tell you that on every occasion, I've tried to do my best as Vice Chancellor of the university, even waiving certain things to ensure that certain things are actually done. So because you will see his enthusiasm, you will see his commitment, you will see the tears in him that we are not doing enough. So now, when we talk about research, for example, in Nigerian universities, and people talk about TED Fund and some other things, those are structures that are very difficult to change as Vice Chancellor. They are very difficult because Professor Ogundani alluded to that there are certain things in TED Fund. But I want to tell you that you will see it, but you cannot change it. And why is that happening? That is happening because whether we like it or not, corruption has eaten very deep into the very fabric of the Nigerian society. So you cannot wish that away. So now as a Vice Chancellor, you can only do and use the resources that are available within your own area of command, if I can use that. And I want to say categorically here today that the budget that is given to Nigerian universities is called envelope budget. Envelope budget. That means whatever is given to you in the previous year, they can increase it by 1 or 2%. You can't vary it. So it is the same budget. So they are not going to ask you, what do you need? Or what do you want to do? And almost 80% or more of that budget is for payment of staff salaries and the rest of it. And so under that condition, what can anybody do? So now we are talking about autonomy, and I do hope that the universities will be given real autonomy. So now I want to just briefly, because when Professor Ogundani was delivering his paper, he actually said that there was a solar issue or something, and that he's happy that the Vice Chancellor is sitting here now. So I have looked around and I've not seen any other. Oh. Okay, so let me say this. Let me say this. It may be positive, but sincerely, I didn't administer that grant. All I did was to approve whatever Professor Seye Bolaji. No, I agree now. I can understand now. But I'm saying that even if that was, because I was trying to think, why will I use somebody's salary? Yeah. So, but whatever must have happened must have been what the director of that project actually brought to me. Because I didn't administer, I wasn't the administrator of that project. So, but I want to say this, that you commended what was going on here in the ACE Center. And I want to tell you that it's a university project. And the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic was actually in charge of this until sometimes during my tenure, when it was passed over to Professor Aderomu. And I want to say this, that the ACE project never allowed the construction of buildings. It was not part of what was allowed. But myself, Professor Aderomu, we had to go to the World Bank headquarters to argue that for this thing to be effective, we needed to do what is going on here now. And I presented that, and the World Bank accepted it. And we were the very first university to be allowed to put up anybody in the university. So there are quite a number of challenges. And let me also say this, that what gave birth to what we are having here now was the Step B project, Science, Technology, and Education Basic Projects. So, and when that proposal was being written, in writing that proposal, it was during ASU strike. And ASU said nobody must do anything. So we had to go to the current Tech Fund office. We had to lock ourselves up there to hide. They had to write the proposal that gave birth to this place. So, assuming we didn't do that and we had to meet the deadline, this was a World Bank project. You can't say you are on strike and so they should exempt you. So, assuming we didn't do that, so there wouldn't have been Step B. And if there was no Step B, there wouldn't have been ACE. And in writing the ACE project, I want to say that the university gathered all the people who write proposals, and we wrote that proposal, that led to the ACE Center. And thank God it was also renewed for a second term during my tenure. So some of these things that we are seeing, people made sacrifices to be able to get it done. So now coming back to Professor Ogunda in his lecture, I want to say that there are too many things there that the university must go and study. They must go and look at some of the things that are there. And then, so I'm happy that the Vice Chancellor is represented here to see how we can take, some of those things and translate it to the benefit of the entire university. There are quite a number of people that are seated here. I want to apologize to some of the people that are here that while they were retiring or something, I didn't know, because in fact, after my Vice Chancellorship, I decided to lie low. So, but when I saw the banner in the College of Health Sciences, so that Professor Bolaji will be retiring, and I stopped. People were saying, "What are you?" So, and I found the date and everything, and I said, "Today I must be here," and that is exactly, why I am here. So, I want to thank each and every one of us for supporting him. And I also want to thank our guest lecturer, for the facts that has been so well elucidated in his presentation. And I want to thank Mrs. Bolaji, because without you, if they want the Professor Bolaji to come back from Zimbabwe, and you say he must not come back, he's not going to come back. There is no committee of friends that will succeed in doing that. No, that is the fact. So we must thank you for supporting him and for allowing him to do what he's been doing. I want to I've spent, I read the bio and everything, and I didn't see any reference to the fact that Professor Bolaji was for a brief period the chairman of the NUGA committee. I didn't see it there. And I think it should be written. In fact, we can withdraw all the something and put it there. So honestly, I like if we fail to say certain things, we will continue to make the same mistakes. So now, when he was there, it's something that I'm sure he himself can never forget. So why he's not there, I don't know. So, but I want to say that really showed the kind of person that he is. He's a man that cannot be intimidated. He's a man that cannot be suppressed. And when he is fighting for the truth, he will fight it to the last. And at the end of the day, God will always justify the person who is righteous. And that is the person that we are celebrating today. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give our former Vice Chancellor a big round of applause. And what we have been trying to hide, he unveiled. So, and I can see Professor Esichi raising up his hand there. So now if we call Professor Esichi to speak on Noga. So please, let's give the microphone to Professor Adejuigbe for his own comment.
Representative of the Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed very happy to be here today to celebrate with my friend and brother, Sheye Bolaji. I got to know the boys through the good offices of one of the men there, my brother Tiwa Olubade, because we have family linkage. The brother of the wife, this is brother-in-law, was married to my niece. So we visited each other frequently, and then I ran into the boys. Possibly because of my looks, they never invited me to join. So that's why I've remained a man. Thank you very much, Biodun, for honoring Sheye and presenting him as he is to us. Since I've known him, people have spoken about his exploits in academics, in his profession, in research, in university administration, his altruism, selflessness, and so on. I'm not going to delve into that again. I just speak about Sheye as a human being. Sheye is a very simple man, very honest. When I was provost of the College of Health Sciences here, whenever I had problems with any university issue, it was easy for me to cross over and go to, usually, I don't know why they meet in Professor Ogunda in his office. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's because he will provide refreshment. Because he is Ijebu. So somehow you should explain the abracadabra. All right. So they were sending you on errands. All right. Thank God for that. So I got to know Sheye through that association. And as I said, very simple, very selfless, very honest. He's very unassuming. He will speak to you the way he wants you to understand it. Relatively analog. So it was one of those who encouraged me to do what they claimed to have done in pharmacy as provost of the College of Health Sciences. So I thank God that today, after going through periods of graduated and structured training within and outside the university, enduring the rigors of academia here, God has preserved his life that he had never lost in esteem and vision. Though he may be living in a state of graduated, programmed, and well-executed attrition, he has remained steadfast. And I pray that you continue to grow in wisdom, in strength, and if the Lord tarries, and God wishes it, you will still break. Who had 5 children in India? Who is that? Chinedu. I was going to challenge. Oh, her mother had 5 children. I was going to challenge her that she can still break her mother's record. She can have 5 twins in 6 years, and that will be 10. I was going to challenge her. Please pass the message to her. Once again, thank you, sir. I can see Professor Gumbodan there. Thank you, man. God bless you all.
Let's give our retired professor a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Always a member of such good programs like this. He was around for Professor Olubade's retirement program just last year too. We quickly made a little adjustment now. The next program will be goodwill messages now, but we want to just hold on that and take the next one, which is a legacy project in honor of Professor Bolaji, because the 2 people that you see their name listed there, they are online, and for time zone constraints, we want to be sure they're in the office and do that while the program is on before they have to leave. So we'll be having Professor Ayo Adeyina and Dr. Olagunju. Okay, Dr. Olagunju for the presentation. Dr. Olagunju.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Adeyemi. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
We can't hear you yet. We can't hear you yet. Just give a minute. We can't hear you yet.
The explanation and then the conversation between the former VC and Professor Ogundaini. So you are the one that caused the trouble. We will call you back home.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yeah, you can talk now.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you online.
All right. Thank you. Can you please make me pause? I need to share my screen. Dr. Adeyemi, can you hear me, please?
Share screen. Allow him to share screen.
Please tell him to go.
Yes, we are hearing you now. Speak up, please. Speak up. We are hearing you.
Thank you. I'm waiting for the host to give me the right to share my screen. I'm still unable to do that.
He wants to share his
Yeah, just give us a minute or 2. We're trying to fix that.
2 minutes. That's a lot of time. Okay, maybe while waiting for the right to share screen. So I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the privilege to be the one to review this project in honor of Professor Bolaji. And just to put some context, to go to that very quickly, coming from Professor Gumbodan, it's actually something I've included on my slide. So I'll wait for the right to share the slide, and I'll comment very quickly on that. I still do not have the right to share my screen. Just make me co-host and that will be fixed. All right.
I'll try it now.
Okay, thanks.
While we're getting that set, I just recall now that we did not recognize Professor Akintomide, one of the boys, so that I will not be arrested on the way. Thank you, sir. He's been here for some time now.
All right.
You can share now. Okay.
Okay. So can you see my screen now, please?
Yes, I can see it. Just put it in the presentation mode.
Yeah, should have done this earlier when I sent the message over so that I can fix this. The settings are a little bit clumsy. So sorry for this. No. Dr. Adeyemi, if you can please, if there is any chance of moving on with something else. If this had been done earlier, I would have been able to fix whatever the problem with the settings might be. I think they've used some kind of setting that is not allowing me to share my second screen.
Had in our midst Professor E.R.I. Afolabi, who was here just now. So I'm surprised that she's not even aware. But he just took his leave now. So as he's getting ready, let's take the first goodwill message. And I'm happy. Well, no, I won't call Professor Gumbono now because we won't want to rush him. So let me call Professor Isiche. He has just 1-2 minutes goodwill message. Prof, sir. Let's give you a round of applause. He's retired now, and you can see there's no sign of tiredness around him, all because of squash.
Thank you. I stand on existing protocols. I think the former Vice Chancellor saved a situation for us because there's no way you can talk about Sheye Bolaji and not talk about one sticking to the truth and the person of integrity. Sheye, continue the way you have been doing. It is well with you. You see the problem we ran into with our boss during Nuga told me about the character of Sheye Bolaji. I have known them. You know, we are transition people. Ogunda Eni, Professor Olubade, then Grace, and Sheye. We are transition people. You know, before us, people were going abroad for training, but we started our local training here, and we've been going on together. So when we are working at the sports council, one incident I remember, Sheye had to drive to Ibadan. They offered the university car. He said no, that he's going in his own car. When they got to Ibadan, the decision was taken. He called me and was very furious. And I was afraid because he was driving back home. I said, Sheye, please calm down. We will sort out this problem. And we did. One Sunday afternoon after church, we went to his office and drafted a letter of resignation. And that solved the problem. I'm not going to say more. Congratulations, Sheye. Thank you very much.
And one other thing that solved the problem was that the newsmen that came to his office, he refused to grant them interview because they wanted to unearth everything that was going on. And thank God for his kind of person, he refused to grant them any interview. So whatever you have heard, go and write it, but not from me. Are we ready now?
Please, can you confirm if it's being shared properly now?
Obstructing KRD 578HB, and I know many people don't know their number, but the car is it Toyota? Is it Toyota Corolla? Is wine color. KRD 578HB. Please, you are obstructing the traffic. Quickly go there. Thank you. So we are set now, Dr. Olagunju.
Okay, thank you. Also, can you please confirm if the screen is being shared properly? Or is this the presentation?
We can hear you.
Yeah, is it being shared properly, or is still the
Yes,
presenter?
yes. Yeah, it's on presentation mode.
All right, thank you. So thank you so much, everyone. I wish I could be there with you all, but unfortunately, I was unable to change some plans that have been in arrangement for a long time, involving a lot of people. Thank you for the privilege to be the one to present this legacy project. And just to say a few quick words regarding what I personally think about Professor Bolaji. My first contact with Prof was as my academic advisor in pharmacy school, right from the time that I started. And that was really a big privilege for me. But of course, there have been so many other areas where Professor Bolaji has impacted my career as a person at so many different levels. Together with my colleagues, people like Dr. Adiago, Dr. Adibola, Dr. Adey, and so many others, Professor Bolaji was someone that we could always go to whenever we needed a brain to pick, we need somebody to listen, or we just need somebody to push us in the right direction. The skillful directions and the wise counsel that we got from him while in the back seat really enabled us to achieve so many things while I was in Ife and even continuing until now. Now going to the comments made by Professor Undai and Professor Mbodede regarding some of the facilities that we were able to get while I was in Ife. All of those were associated primarily with the respect and the trust that so many people within the system had for Professor Bolaji. I've included the tenure of Professor Iyitokwe Ogunbodede here, 2017 to 2022. So at the time, I got a grant and we needed some facilities, and we got the facilities with Professor Bolaji's leadership. And then we needed solar panels and inverter system to support the system. So Professor Bolaji was the one who was able to convince the university to use some of the overhead that the university got on the grant to finance the solar panel, hybrid solar inverter system. And that continues to function until now. And that has really made so many other things possible. And so paying forward the benefit that I personally have gained from Professor Bolaji, as well as so many of my other colleagues, we see paying it forward as a great privilege. And so I'll now talk about the mentorship, the legacy project. So while we were thinking about this, that what is the best way that one could celebrate somebody of Professor Bolaji's stature? So we began to discuss the different attributes that we personally could speak to regarding Professor Bolaji. And these are some of the things that came forward. People talk about training. They talk about getting motivation, getting advice, getting support, helping them to set goals, coaching, providing direction to allow them to achieve success. And even after achieving success, still continues to provide the support that they needed to continue in that path of success. So if we look at all of those comments from different people, it's all about mentoring. That Professor Bolaji is simply, without any doubt, an exceptional mentor, one without equal, no matter which standard one might use. He's somebody who mentors you. He allows you to grow in your own direction and supports you in doing that. So mentoring was a key factor, the key attribute that featured. So we came up with this idea of then perpetuating this legacy of an exceptional mentor by setting up a mentoring program as a legacy project. So the legacy project that we would like to set up in honor of Professor Bolaji has two components. The first component is an online mentoring platform. And as acknowledged by Professor Undaini and Professor Babalola and so many other people earlier in the program, this is something that could make a big impact, because a structured mentoring program is currently lacking in most Nigerian universities. So the idea behind this platform is to create a platform where we can connect or match mentees with mentors. provide web resources to support them along this mentoring journey, and then have an annual training workshop, not just for mentors, but also for mentees, so that mentors can become better mentors. Mentees would have the opportunity to know what they need to do to take to make the best use of their arrangement. So the target beneficiaries, at least initially, this might grow, we have no idea, but our initial thinking right now is that the beneficiaries will be undergraduate and postgraduate students in Nigerian pharmacy schools, as well as early career academics, those that are below the grade of senior lecturer, that those will be the main target initially. So that is the first part. Then the second part, I will refer to that as an early years pharmacy mentoring program. So this will be something that will be led primarily by PANS, the Pharmaceutical Association of Nigerian Students, the OAU branch. So it will include an annual outreach program that they would engage in, or select a particular week, and then do an outreach program to secondary schools. So they will establish an event, invite senior secondary school students from selected schools in the town where this will be implemented. This will be in Ile-Ife and Gbongan, for reasons that all of you would appreciate. So the event will run, and the main focus will be really to help them to understand what a career in pharmacy might look like and what pharmacy education might entail. And then as part of the events, there will be scholarships awarded to those who will be selected based on certain criteria, maybe some quiz program that will be part of the outreach. So these scholarships will cover fees for WAHEC, as well as for NECO, and then for JAP. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about the online mentoring program. So the platform, we basically look something like this. And what I mean by this, it will cover so many different areas. Mentoring is a journey. It's not just something that is done once and we forget about it. We've seen that in the way Professor Bolaji has mentored so many of us, a journey that we still continue to appreciate. Now, there will be a page, there will be pages on the platform that will be accessible to everyone, like the home page, there will be resources, so that people who are not even involved directly in the program can also benefit from the resources that will be developed. But then for those who are directly part of the program, either as mentors or as mentees, they will be able to create an account where they can log in. They will log in either as mentees or as mentors. In mentees areas or mentors areas, there will be specific things that will be made available for them. So the goal will be to have something that can support registration of users, either as mentees or as mentors. And then mentees can be matched to mentors based on what they're looking for in terms of their development, as well as what the mentors are able to offer. And then they can request for that connection to take place. And once the matching succeeds, they will set up an initial meeting to discuss their plans. And then there will be some kind of agreement that they will go into. And during the period of 12 months that each person will be in the mentoring program, at least, this can be renewed depending on the stage of development where this mentee is. But during that period, there will be specific times when meetings will take place. These meetings would mostly be online, and it will be between the mentor and the mentee to provide advice and guidance in specific areas of their career. And at the end of the day, there will be ongoing evaluation at individual level and at program level to see how things are going. Now to the second part. This is the early years pharmacy mentoring program. As I mentioned, this will be focused around selecting secondary schools in Ile-Ife, where Professor Bolaji has spent most of his career, as well as in Gbongan, where he hails from. So this outreach program would provide advice on what pharmacy, a career in pharmacy would be, and then run events as part of the outreach program, quiz, or whatever it is that PANS OAU might develop, and then scholarships will be awarded for those who are deserving to support their registration for these 3 exams that will eventually get them into pharmacy program. Ideally, this will be people who are interested in pursuing careers in pharmacy, but that will not, the program will not be designed to force them into a certain pathway. The idea is to expose them to what pharmacy is and encourage them to choose that as a path. So if they do that, of course, we'll be happy. But if they don't, it's not a problem. We would have supported them in their career pathway. So I'm sure at this stage, you might be wondering, what about funding? Where would the money come from? So our plan is to raise funding for the first 3 years of the program, so that at least we have some guarantee that we can sustain this for 3 solid years. And fundraising has already started. And this is the current status of funding. So the funding we have raised represents just a very small part of the pie. A larger part of it is still unraised. But our expectation is that after today, fundraising activities will pick up, and then we'll begin to raise additional funding to support these 5 components: the development of the online platform, the creation of the web resources, training workshop, which will likely be once in a year, run by somebody who really understands what mentoring is, and then train mentors and mentees. And then the outreach program that will be run by parents to provide maybe refreshment for the students, maybe some souvenirs like pens, jotters, notebooks, and things like that during the event, as well as the scholarship that will be handed out. You might be wondering how many scholarships per year. That will depend on funding that is available. It could be as few as 2. It could be 5, it could be 10, depending on funding that will be available. And during the first 3 years, the plan is then to develop a sustainability plan so that if possible, we can even sustain this over a longer period of time. So right now, we're gathering interest in terms of who would like to be a mentor. Professor Bolaji, of course, is #1 mentor in the program. The rest of us that Professor Bolaji has successfully mentored over the years, we are also mentors on the program. And right now, we're inviting you all to please think of how you can support this mentoring program. If you scan this QR code that I'm showing on this page, you can fill a very short form, really short. Within 1 minute, you complete the form. And you can indicate your interest as a mentor. You can indicate your interest as a mentee. And you can also indicate interest to support the fundraising effort. So I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to be the one to present this legacy project. And we really look forward to your support, because we believe that with all that Professor Bolaji has achieved in mentoring us and so many other people that we may not even know of, that this is one of the best ways to keep that legacy alive, to keep our professor smiling when he looks at the impact that he continues to make. So thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions that may come up.
Sorry.
The item there for presentation of gifts, that one will be going on as we take the goodwill messages now. So you are here with your gifts. Please just move to that side there. Someone will be there to receive the gifts on behalf of the family.
Thank you very much, the MC. I'm going to keep my comments very short. Mr. Vice Chancellor, you've been represented. The celebrant of today and his wife. I want to say that the celebrant we are honoring today deserves this honor. As has been said, the gathering together of the boys was mainly a research gathering, talking about what we're going to do, what we're doing, and what have you, how far. But it is based purely on trust and truth. And Professor Bolaji exemplified what that group stands for. We pursue this truth and pursue it to the logical end. But that's not, let me give you an example of how supportive that group, all the boys, were. What they have been to me in particular. When I was in office as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration of this university, people will notice or people will know that I went to my office through a stop, after I stopped at my office in the department. When I'm coming back again, when I was coming back again from the office, I will also go through my office. The reason being that I valued the criticisms, I got strong criticisms from that group on what we call the boys. And I could just not miss it. Sometimes we were very tough arguments, lambasting us on what we are trying to do in the administration, that we were not considering the university, the students, and everything. And I will listen. And when I get back to my principal in the office, I will relate to him what was going on. So they really, really supported the administration more by their criticism than ovation or giving us a round of ovation or whatever. The criticisms were very, very useful. They helped us in reshaping what line of action we're going to take before we took them. And I think it was really appreciated by the administration at that time. So I'm happy that we have been informed today that that has continued to be. From the testimony given by the former Vice Chancellor and Professor Gudayani in his lecture, that has been maintained. And I think it's an honor that you deserve today. Professor Bolaji, congratulations. Mrs. Laide Bolaji, congratulations. You are retiring now, but I guess you are not tired, and that you will continue to make yourself available whenever the university requires your counseling. That is what gives me joy. And I want to congratulate the entire family of the Bolajis and wish them the very best. And the children, of course, wish you the very best always. And pray that you shall continue to remember the legacy your father has left behind and try to be in support of the truth always, wherever you are, and be trustworthy so that one can see that Bolaji has not only affected and impacted just on students and colleagues, but also on the family as a whole. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to be calling now the legal advisor to the boys. That's why they have never lost any case in any court. So I'm sure you know he has stood up by himself. So please help me welcome Professor Olubade.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, all I needed to take precedence is to raise up my hand and claim information. So when I have information, I have precedence over everybody. Yes, more seriously, I have some piece of information for Professor Bolaji from the university administration. And I have another one for the administration from myself. And they are complementary. The first one, sir, you will remember, the university instituted a research career capacity building and made retirees the centerpiece of administering it. And at the time I was retiring, I was to be the youngest retiree. So that's why they made me the chairman. Okay. To be candid, we've been doing a lot of interaction. Professor Ashibiojo is to give next in August. And I want to just challenge Professor Bolaji to please join us to address some of these issues. When it comes to problems of Nigeria, I don't have an answer. And I will tell you why. Sometimes, maybe I'm biased, I don't know. Anytime you talk about 50 million naira, anytime you talk about something, I just look at the Premier League and see the transfer fee and see the equivalent of what you are talking about. You can't buy nothing. Okay. So I'm never impressed with that kind of funding. So even I wish the former Vice Chancellor were here. The problem of Nigeria, okay, the former institutions, okay. I served 2 years as a member of the council. And the total overhead cost available to the university is 100 million naira per year. And you are paying NEPA bill of 70 million naira per month. If I'm lying, you can tell you, you can debate it. And then you have to, if you want to give any vice chancellor of OAU headache, just say there's no water. The staff in the maintenance, they'll be giving excuses, but I can tell you what the reasons are. The university is unable to pay for how long. I'm not joking. So people should not be in doubt. In fact, there was one time in the council, I was getting angry with the council itself. The council was going on recommending power auditing to be able to know how much power is consumed so that they can regulate power. I even remember our own Professor Lujoba, anytime he was driving by, he would see that some people left power on at 6 p.m. And I just reflected. I did my PhD in Manchester. I was doing synthesis. You do synthesis, refluxing overnight. The reaction flask must mix or stir. The water must run to reflux. So I don't know I don't know what kind of power auditing you want to do for that. So I couldn't relate. And I just felt frustrated. In fact, I always said that maybe any will-be vice chancellor candidate should be given heart-to-heart orientation by the former vice chancellors, because. So having said that, the message back is that to complement all these recommendations, even by Dr. Olagunju, I had made a recommendation by my first interaction on the capacity building that the university appoints, open up appointment of honorary staff. That is the cheapest form. It's cheaper than adjunct because adjunct means you have to pay. And you cannot use federal government to pay. You know that. You know there is financial procedure. Then, but this will be an open one. I'm happy that Dr. Olagunju is here. When he returned from Liverpool after his PhD, he was made an adjunct to University. He was made a honorary researcher to University of Liverpool. And that means he had access online. Anytime he visited, he could visit the lab. That is the relationship that eventually gave birth to donating 2 SCMS MSMS units. So why can't it be reversed? So if we want to continue to benefit from Dr. Olagunju and the like, not just retirees, and even Professor Bolaji, because it's functional and it's a recognized relationship, you have to claim affiliation in some of these things. If you want to write research grants, if they want to write research grant now, I include Professor Bolaji in it, you have to define affiliation, and only by formally recognized terminologies. And I think the cheapest of them is honorary professor, honorary fellow, honorary whatever. So I've advocated that, and I may sound like a broken record, but I want to bring it up. I think it will be fair if I go without mentioning about Professor Bolaji himself. I handed over to him on retirement, but this is not new and it's not strange. We've been handing over to each other for a long time. He handed over to me as student officer of the faculty. He handed over to me as the vice dean of the faculty, and I retaliated. I handed over to him as the dean of the faculty, and I handed over to him as the Senate representative in the council. So the handing over is a regular relationship. Then the last message will be for the mentees. I think they should not think that they have to get to the level of professorship or grow gray hair before they start challenging the norms. There's a little radicality in him, I can say that. But if they are looking for somebody to hold responsible, Professor Shibejo is the one to hold responsible. And I will tell you why. As proud as Professor Ogumbono is for him, Professor Ajibejo also has the right to claim it. He was their tutorial master in chemistry at part 1. Professor Bolaji, Professor Ogundaini, Dr. Ali, Mrs. Orafidia, he was their tutorial master. And he introduced them to radicals in chemistry. So you can hold him responsible for all the rascality you see in Bolaji. But having said that, I wish Professor Mura, this was our PCN chairman at one time, were online. Oh, he's online. Okay. If we gave him chance, he will tell the story himself, but I will say it because we don't have chance. He will be listening to me so he can correct me from, because Professor, I said it several times. So there's what we call, we have talked about formal counseling, informal counseling. I will also introduce another one, involuntary counseling. One Sheye Bolaji was a bloody copper, as we are called by military commandants during NYC in Kaduna. And he challenged a situation against an expatriate medical consultant prescription. I will cut the story short. And it led to setting up a panel. And the panel eventually concluded that the medical consultant was on substance abuse. I'm not joking. So he did it as a bloody copper. I mean, he had no permanent employment. He had anything like that. So I just want you to know, there's also another one, which is academic. You know, the problem is that when we all came back, people did not know that we also had a lull period. Sometimes you find out you cannot reproduce what you are doing. You look at your environment, you try to fit into your environment. All of us had that period. But the one I want to point to is that when he started publishing in pharmacokinetics, some of the manuscripts were queried because they were not consistent with result in Asia, result in this, result in that. At that time, the subject we are celebrating now was less known, pharmacogenetics and functional. And that led to the title of his inaugural lecture, that is Apartheid in Drug Metabolism. So races metabolize drugs differently. So, but at that time, it's about challenging the norm. If you don't believe in yourself, you don't do it properly, you will even feel frustrated. You can even abandon the profession and go and look for something else. So he has been challenging the norm. And at this stage, I can only say that, I think it has been said before, after all said and done, the true value of a man is the countenance on the face of the wife. And I just want to check, I'm seeing the countenance. So we thank you for sustaining our friend, for tolerating us too, because sometimes she had no choice. She just had to tolerate us. And I think the limit of it for him is that he was able to be happy with his profession. If he were not, 2 of his own children would not have settled for academic as a career. There are those that their children see them and say that, I don't want to be like you, Daddy. I don't want to be as poor as you. So he didn't present as poor. I know, well, I didn't present as poor. I don't know how he managed to do that. But they didn't seem unhappy. And that doesn't mean there are no twists and turns. We shared everything together. We shared the twists and turns, and we survived it. So I will wish you many happy years and good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let me read this apology to us. It's a good morning, now afternoon. Kindly extend my apologies for being unavoidably absent, but I'm online. This is from Professor O.O. Orafidia, one of the classmates of the celebrant today. So quickly, like we said, we make the goodwill messages now very brief, 1 maximum 2 minutes, so that we can leave here very soon. We have actually overstayed the time. Our target was 1 p.m. And I don't want to say what the time is now, but you know that the time is fast spent. And the VC has a very important meeting that he has to quickly go now. So I'm going to be calling the NAPA National Chairman and also going to be calling the GIPA, the Global Vice Chairman, to quickly speak on behalf of, give their goodwill messages and tribute. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, the chairman of the occasion, and our dear Professor Bolaji. I want to please stand or stay on the existing protocols. On behalf of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists Academia, we want to appreciate Professor Bolaji for all he has done over the years. I am also standing to thank him on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Professor Osifo has done, and I'm representing him in that capacity. We appreciate you for all the efforts. You know that he is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, which is a prestigious representation of what he has done. He served as HOD, then representing the faculty at all levels, not only in the university, but outside the university and as an international academics. We thank you, and we pray that the next step of your journey, the Lord will be with you, and you will live it in good health. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Please, round of applause for Professor E.O. Akekomin, National Chairman of NAPA. And then the next person I'm inviting is too difficult now to cause any problem between the celebrant and him, because he's the one that is going to be hosting him after now as a move from Ife to Ibadan. So I won't say more than that. So let me welcome the hosts of our, can we even call him the host? You have been in Ibadan now for only God knows how long. Please, let's welcome the Global Vice Chairman of Great Ife Pharmacy Alumni Association, ably enabled by the Global Secretary, that's Professor G. Olaiwola.
Yes, the chairman of the occasion, all protocols. There's something about protocol. Some of us that are overweight, we don't like standing on protocols so that they don't break. So I will spare you. I don't want to break the protocol. I'm not going to stand on any protocol. You know, we, as you can see, we represent the Great Ife Pharmacy Alumni Association. Those of us that were privileged to have studied at University of Ife and the Obafemi Awolowo University Faculty of Pharmacy. It's a warm privilege. Two things. The Global Secretary is here, and we have a mandate. However,
For me personally, as Bola Olaiwola, I've had so many interaction and privileges, so many attritions. At the point, Chair Bolaji was my HOD. When we have to shop for somebody to raise us, actually it was a trying period. My department had nobody. So we had to be importing HODs from FarmChem mostly. I remember we imported him, we imported Oyeji before we could be able to stand. We are very, very grateful. The things that we got then, we are not taking it for granted. Some of you also did not know that myself and Professor Bolaji, we went for mini Japa in NDU, Niger Delta University. And it was because we had a mandate to give them direction there in the Faculty of Pharmacy. And that's when we actually got close. Undoubtedly, I was the best cook among the others and the youngest. So I was cooking for most of them 10 times, not at all times, so, because Mrs. Bolaji can be asking, how about the food that I was packing for you? You know, but when we wanted to do Amala, late Professor Adewumi of blessed memory, and Professor Bolaji, I will invite all of them to my place so that we could take good food, Amala, Begiri, anything I can cook, you know. But that is by the way. I also have to inform you that I was the last person to be admitted into the group. I smuggled myself into it after seeing what was going on in the group. I mean, and ever since that time, the gates have been closed. We are not in a hurry to open it. Abi? We are not, because we can't afford any Gen Z to come and contaminate us. Having said that, we have a message, like I said. I'm just using the power of mic to say what has been on my mind. And I don't want to be like the proverbial Alade, not my friend, not Willie Alade, who from not talking actually grew on because he was keeping everything to himself. Now that I'm divulged of all things that I've had inside me, I invite the Global Secretary.
Thank you, Global Vice Chairman. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm felicitations from the Global Chairman, Otumba pharmacist Lekon Asuni, who is unavoidably absent, and he has sent a love letter to you, sir, for me to read to you. This is a tribute to Professor Oluseye Oladotun Bolaji on his retirement valedictory and 70th birthday anniversary. Prof, as you embark on this next chapter of your life, GIPA reflects on the profound impact you have had on countless lives throughout your remarkable 48-year career as a lecturer. Your dedication, expertise, and unwavering commitment to training pharmacists at every level have left an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of all those fortunate enough to have walked through the corridors of Great Ife Pharmacy and through the doors of your pharmaceutical chemistry classes. You have been a beacon of knowledge, guiding us through the intricate world of pharmacy with passion and unwavering enthusiasm. Your ability to distill complex concepts into understandable nuggets of wisdom has inspired countless students to embrace the field of pharmacy and strive for excellence. Your lectures were not just lessons, but transformative experiences that ignited our curiosity and shaped our professional journeys. Beyond the classroom, Prof, you are a leader, mentor, and a friend. So much has been spoken about that aspect of your life today. Your door was always open, and your genuine care for your students extended far beyond the confines of the academia. You took time to listen, to guide, and to offer invaluable advice. Your mentorship went far beyond the curriculum, teaching us not only the science of pharmacy, but also the chemistry of compassion and professional discipline. Your legacy as an educator is one of inspiration, integrity, and tireless dedication. Your impact reaches far beyond the walls of the institutions where you taught. It lives on in the countless pharmacists you have nurtured, who now serve in diverse roles across the healthcare landscape, making a positive difference in the lives of patients every day. Your influence will continue to ripple through generations of pharmacists, shaping the future of our profession. Now, as you embark on a well-deserved retirement, we all wish you a life filled with rest, joy, and fulfillment. We pray that this new chapter bring you the serenity and peace that you so richly deserve. May your days be filled with the warmth of family, the laughter of loved ones, and the pursuit of passions that bring you happiness. May you enjoy good health, strength, and vitality, allowing you to savor the fruits of your labor and embrace the adventures that lies ahead. As we bid farewell to this lecturer of ours, who has touched our lives so profoundly, we are forever grateful for the knowledge, the guidance, and the inspiration you have bestowed upon us. Your legacy will forever shine brightly in the hearts of those whose life you have touched. Thank you for your meritorious service, Prof, for your unwavering commitment, and for being the embodiment of excellence in education. Wishing you a retirement filled with abundant blessings, cherished memories, and the contentment that comes from a life well lived. With deepest gratitude and warmest wishes, yours faithfully for Great Ife Pharmacy Alumni Association, Pharmacist Otumba Olalekan Asuni, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and fellow Nigeria Academy of Pharmacists, the Global Chair. Just before I hand over the mic to because we have a presentation to make, it is very, very pertinent for me to mention here, sir, that when we were about to celebrate 60 years of Great Ife Pharmacy, we were looking for someone to give us the history, at least, of where we were coming from as a faculty. We couldn't find any source. I asked the dean, there is no book, no compendium of the trajectory of the journey of Great Ife Pharmacy right from Ibadan to Ife. It was Professor Bolaji that came to our rescue. That in his archives, there are distillations of stories that he can bring out. And that was what formed the basis of the story we put in that brochure that we use in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of Great Ife Pharmacy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Still using the power of mic. Should I order Professor Bolaji to stand close to me and remain standing? Because it's not easy. Some of us that are next on the ramp, we are practicing. You are a young man now. Thank you for taking care of him. We know how good homes are. Some of us enjoy it. Yes, that is Oluseye Oladotun Bolaji. We captured you. From Great Ife Pharmacy Alumni Association. We are giving you this with all. If we can do more, we should do more. But let us be humble in giving. So please accept this with all our art. If the art can be opened, you will know that we are with you. Please, we hand it to the family. That is the man. There's a small story behind this. Wherever anybody was celebrating anything, it will be Professor Bolaji taking pictures. So it was difficult getting his picture. It's like the Yoruba mangodo. When it was its turn, nobody could eat mangodo. I'm sure the Gen Z people don't know what mangodo is. Mangodo is a big pot. It's a pot, making soup. Thank you, sir. No, your hand, I don't want to put.
Can be coming for your own presentation. FarmChem Department UI, please quickly come. Don't go, yes. FarmChem UI, they have the presentations. Please, let's welcome the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, University of Ibadan, for their own presentation too. The team is led by the head of the department, Dr. Aderi Bigwe.
Standing on the existing protocol, I would like to, we're from the Department of Physical Chemistry, University of Ibadan, and we cannot but be here. We miss Professor Olugbadi's own because we thought the system is like that of UI. So we're waiting for when they will organize the one that I will speak, but we won't be able to make, to address it later. So Professor Bolaji has always been with us. Like has been said, Professor Bolaji, Professor Olugbade, Professor Ogundaini, you won't even know whether they are not really from UI. We can call upon them anytime. And I specifically would like to appreciate Professor Bolaji. As at the first time I took up the manship of leadership as the head of the department, that was the time he was with us as a sabbatical professor. I learned so much from him. He really mentored me, he tutored me, because at times, memos would just come, I need to respond, and I would just call him. We just say, Yemi Bawoni, Oga Ematilo, Ejewasa. And I will show it to him, and he will guide me. This is how you go about this is how you go about it. So personally, as a person, he really, really, really helped me. And as a department, everybody felt his impact. For that period, he was with us. The postgraduate student, the undergraduate student, he really went all out to really teach, to mentor. He was always with us. And on behalf of the department and on behalf of the faculty, I want to say, sir, we really appreciate you. We want to say thank you very much for always being there for us. And when we have exams, postgraduate exams, we just call him and he will just oblige us. Professor Olugbade is also somebody that I just call. Professor Ogundaini, we just call them. So once again, sir, we really appreciate you and we bless the Lord for your life. You have lived a life of impact. And we believe that you have it's not that you have retired, you're actually refiring in another level. And the Lord will continue to increase his grace upon us. So on behalf of the department, we are just presenting this token.
Thank you. Please, I crave my indulgence to apologize that 2 or 3 times I forgot to mention that we have in our midst retired Professor Ilori. I know him personally among me. Sorry, sir, and he's been here for quite a long among me, patiently waiting. So I guess it's the Bagan connection. Thank you, sir, for being part of it right from the beginning. So now, as we get to a close, we are rounding off now, but we cannot do that without having a response from the celebrants of today. Yes, with the celebrant of today is Again, in case you have forgotten, Professor Bolaji. And I know him, it can be too brief to a fault. But today, you are the one that determines when we close at this meeting. So whatever you say, whenever you allow us to go, we go. And also, let me mention this, that my coming to academics is also through this man. He was the head of the department when I was asked to come and to do my internship at the then clinical pharmacy and pharmacy administration. This is one thing he did. After the exam, what was an intern supposed to do? Collate script, enter this, enter that. And so I was invited when they were having the departmental board of examiners. The HOD that has given me all this job, he said, "What are you doing here? You are not an examiner. Why are you get out, get out?" And I told myself, he said, "If you want to be sitting with this in this kind of meeting, go and get your MSc and get your PhD." I told myself, I will still sit and I will be part. And thank God, sir, I have headed a department in acting capacity and in other capacity. Thank God for what you told me that time, sir. Please give Prof a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. I'm overwhelmed, and I don't know where to start from. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I'll crave your indulgence because I have a long speech. And many of you may not know why that song meant a lot to me. This event will not have taken place, or maybe what we'll have had would have been a burial ceremony. About 4 months ago, I had an home accident. In fact, when people didn't see me around, they thought I had traveled. Not knowing that I've been in the house, not going out, not even coming to the office because I couldn't drive, I couldn't do anything. All things had to be done for me. But for this event, I mean, people will still not have known because I deliberately refused to go out. The first time I had to go out was when my childhood friend was also retiring, Professor Elami, in May. It was when he saw me that he said he thought it was just a small thing. He didn't know it was that grave. So I thank God for the opportunity to be here today. And as I stand before you today, I'm filled with a mix of emotion, gratitude, humility, and a sense of accomplishment. After almost 48 incredible years, I'm retiring from a career that initially I did not imagine I will be working in for the rest of my career. And I'll just tell you a story. We had finished lecture one day in 1976. And some of our colleagues kept saying, "Yeah, we know those of you are going to come back. You. I said, "No, not me. Academics is not for me." So as we were going, we branched by the cooperative bank, which was in Humanities Block 3. I went in with them. I requested to close my account. So I closed my account just to show them that I wasn't coming back. And because of that, I took up internship position at Adeoye Hospital, but I didn't last 3 months. And here I am 48 years after. However, I make bold to say that the career has been my passion, my joy, my life's work. Moreover, it's enabled me to hold a good job and to also travel globally. I mean, but for academics, I probably would not have reached most of the places I've gone to. It's also allowed me to train my children in a serene environment, and above all, to provide for my family. As I said, today's event may not have been possible because it could have been aborted. So initially, first of all, I want to thank, I'm grateful to my late parents, Mr. Nathaniel Okunla Bolaji, who led, referred to as NOB, and Mrs. Miria Bolaji, who gave me a free hand in my choice of a career. I recall that when I was graduating, people had told them, your son read pharmacy. Oh, open a big shop, you open a big shop and then make a lot of money. But when I told them I was coming back to Ife as an academician, they didn't even question my decision. And I thank them for that. I also want to appreciate the efforts of those of my guardians publicly who took charge of me, especially when my parents were abroad. Mrs. Kojushola Igishola, Mrs. Beke Olapa, and the late Mrs. Olanide and late Mrs. Diakola Kiemi, who ensured continuity of my studies. If you read my profile, you find I went to about 7 or 8 primary schools. Not because I was failing, but because each time I moved to one of them, it's either they transfer the person or the person also goes abroad. And then I had to move to another person. And it was such a difficult period because sometimes I had to move even in the 3rd term of a 3-term year. And you get there the very first week, they are having tests. What you have not done there. But I'm glad that I'm here. I thank my bosom friend, the guest lecturer, for agreeing to give this lecture on my behalf at very short notice. In fact, up until 5 months ago, I had a series of topics lined up for my valedictory lecture. More so because I remember when I gave my inaugural lecture on 28th July 2008, 2009, which was also my birthday. I made a promise to give the results of our genomic work, which our pioneering genomic work during my valedictory lecture. But as the saying goes, man proposes, but God disposes. But who else but Professor Gudani will have done this job effectively and efficiently as he had done today? I thank you. I thank you for the over 50 years of brotherhood, and I'm eagerly looking forward to attending your valedictory session in the not too distant future. My aim here, as I said earlier on, is not to give another lecture, but just to offer a note of thanks. In my years of service in the university, I've been extremely lucky to be surrounded by supportive family, friends, and mentees and mentors. Firstly, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to this great institution, which has been my home for over 5 decades. I came here in 1972, and I'm still here in 2024. I've had the privilege of teaching, learning, and growing alongside some of the brightest minds in the world. Your support, encouragement, and camaraderie have made me a better scholar, teacher, and person. Along the way, I was able to make a few research contributions that have made some bearing on how drug therapy can be optimized in the Nigerian population. Just as importantly, I have over the years had the honor of teaching and mentoring countless students, many of whom have gone on to achieve greatness in their own right in industry, academia, and administration. Overall, I have been able to do a lot of interesting things and to meet many good people. Most of you have come here, and that's why I said I've been overwhelmed with the kind of messages with the attendance at this particular event. For all this, I'm very grateful. As has been said, I've started university meritoriously, but I want to thank those vice chancellors, and I'm happy Professor Gubadede is still here. Okay, he's here, who considered me worthy enough to be entrusted with a number of assignments. Thank God, Professor Adejugbe didn't call me chairman of NURTW because I was the chairman of the University Transport Service for many years, and also I served as the team manager for the OAU squash team, which won several medals at many NUGA games. And the reason I'm trying to draw attention to this is I don't even have anything to show for most of this. So may I use this occasion to challenge and remind management of the need to appreciate service. What, for example, happened to sports dinner and the award of colors to outstanding sportsmen and women? This was the vogue when we were students. This has since gone. These students go out, they win medals. When they come back now, all they get is just the medals. But the university used to recognize them, and I'm sure Dr. Ali won several medals for playing hockey for the university. You either given half color or full colors. Also, what happened to the long service awards to the deserving staff and the special sitting of the Senate for retiring professors? I recall when I joined the staff, the university celebrated 10 years, and they gave people 10 years award. And I said, well, we are new. So maybe when we do 10 years, you give us. 10 years came, nothing came. 20 years came, nothing came. 40 came, and I thought there would be, nothing came. And I recall that when I was chairman of ceremonials, I tried to introduce it, but the university was broke, so nothing could be done. Maybe the university management will want to look at this. It's just a way of encouraging staff for their services. In my journey as an academic staff, I've been lucky to meet with favor from many people, and I'm grateful to them all. I thank all my teachers for their guidance and support. Specifically, Biodo and I may be brothers, but Siamese twins. We didn't exchange these notes. So if I repeat some of the things he said, it's because we are Siamese twins. Specifically, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to Emeritus Professor Festus Adi Ogunbono, whose dedication, experience, and mentorship made a significant impact on my academic journey. As I told the participants at the workshop, my own students were saying I was their supervisor. So when he came in towards the tail end of the workshop yesterday, I had to introduce him that we are not the only ones who have supervisor. I also have supervisor, and that my supervisor was here. So he was my supervisor. I'm also grateful to Emeritus Professor Ajibola Olaniyi, who supervised my undergraduate project, and the late Professor Ebenezer Olanrewaju Ogulana. I feel really fortunate to have had the opportunity to learn from these academic giants. I thank all my colleagues in the faculty, and especially those in the Department of Physical Chemistry, for the wonderful years we have had together. I thank my classmates, both at the secondary school and at the university. My professional colleagues, the PSM president was there. It was a coup. I wasn't expecting them. And it's like I've been experiencing coups since morning. First, I was expecting just one of my daughters who told me that, yeah, somebody else was traveling with them. I should book 2 rooms in Lagos, which I did. When they came in, I said, what happened to the other girl? I said, wait, person will take care of himself. Only for 2 of them to come in this morning. So I thank members of GIPA, my professional colleagues. I thank members, of the group. If you want, you can call them the boys. And this is a body of cerebral and seasoned academics and professionals for their unflinching support over the years. I appreciate my colleagues, our colleagues in the College of Health Sciences for opportunities for research collaborations. And I'm happy that we had the workshop in the last 2 days, and I hope we'll be able to take it up from there, all the discussions we have had. I also want to thank them for being there always when occasion demanded. I specifically wish to acknowledge the role many of you played during my recent home accident. I will be forever grateful to you all. Basically, I said I wouldn't mention names, but I'm trying to mention the surgical team, Professor Oladile, Professor Nakoya, Dr. Abdullahi, the anesthetics, Dr. Aditoye, who recently also was part of the workshop, which we just concluded, and the people who did most of the running around, Professor Latishe, Professor Kitomide, Professor and Dr. Mrs. Badmos, Professor Lawal in his own right, and then the son, Dr. Lawal, in his own right. He was the one doing all the, when we couldn't arrest the hemorrhage after the accident. I also thank the physio team led by Pastor Dejide. May the good Lord bless all you all. I thank my dedicated, diligent, hardworking, reliable, and dependable colleagues in the TPRG. Clap if you want to clap. Doctors Adeni Yolagunju, Dr. Babatunde Adiago, Dr. Adigbola, Adebanyo Adigbola, Dr. Ayo Adeyin. I hope maybe he should be asleep now because he's in Thailand. And pharmacist Abdulafiz Akiloye. Abdulafiz Akiloye, I must mention specifically. When we got the LCMS, he was an MSc student who used those machines. So he learned on the job. Unfortunately, the university was broke, we couldn't employ him. So he had to see for greener pastures. So he got opportunities for further studies in Australia. But because of this event, he decided to come down to attend physically. Thank you very much. And that's what I mean about being reliable and dependable. I also give another one. When I've never mentioned it, I didn't even mention it to Dr. Lagoju. When he got his PhD scholarship to go to Liverpool, there was a shortfall in the amount of money that he needed for his upkeep. So we approached the university. And the university said, because he was a staff on the university, and could use the debt fund grant. So we wanted 2,000 something pounds. So I spoke to DBC, and DBC said, yeah, we can give him, but are we sure he will come back? I said, this one that I know will come back as service bond. And he came back and he served his bond. But what I'm also trying to draw from here is that, you know how wasteful we are. We needed 2,500. Tetford said, no, we don't give part funding. It's either you take all or you don't take any. So the money that the University of Liverpool did not need, dashed them. I thank this group of gentlemen for their commitment. The research, the TPRG was founded on trust with a goal to translate laboratory research findings to the clinic. Since we commenced activities in 2018, we have surmounted the many chicanes along the way. And although there may be more, you will definitely prevail. However, I'm proud of the impact we have made together, the knowledge we have created, and the lives we have touched. The recently concluded workshop on pharmacogenetics and personalized medicine is a testimony of the group's impact. As I move on in the next chapter of my life, I want to leave you with a few parting thoughts. I challenge you to continue to embrace the pursuit of knowledge with passion and purpose. Never stop learning, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Cherish the relationships and memories we have made, and continue to inspire and support one another. And I want to ask you, I know we have a reverend among you, so always ponder on the words of Apostle Paul to the Philippians, Philippians 2:12-16. I'm not going to read it for them to go and read. The workshop I referred to above could not have held without the support of the Consortium for Genomics and Therapy in Africa and the African Institute of Biomedical Science and Technology, ably led by Professor Colin Masibiremba, who has been told I met 20 years ago and we decided to work together. He has been a pillar of support for genomics research in Africa. Colin, I salute your courage and thank you and other members of the team Professor Kole Dandara in South Africa, Professor Bernard Ogutu in Kenya, for all you are doing in growing the next generation of African biomedical researchers. To the organizers of the workshop and today's ceremony, I don't know how I can thank you. Only God can thank you. I'm eternally grateful to you for deeming it fit to celebrate this milestone in such a great way. I feel highly honored to be recognized and celebrated by you. Your hard work and attention to detail made the events truly special and memorable. I thank you for your kindness, support, and commitment to our academic community. May you also be celebrated. Lastly, I appreciate the sacrifice, love, devotion, and selflessness of my family. I thank you all for your support and encouragement. Your presence in my life means the whole world to me, and I feel extremely lucky to have each of you by my side. To my wife, who is also standing by my side, Olayide. Who is my greatest cheerleader, I thank you for your perseverance. The last 4 months have indeed been particularly daunting and challenging for us all. I thank you for being my rock and support in all ways. To my children, Okoyemi, Tunde, Tomilola, Tope, Ifeoluwa, Paul, and Tobiloba. To my grandchildren, Shinola Fumi, Abiola, and Oluwatishimilore, who is here present. My brothers, Jide, who is here present, and Yinka, who is on his way, and actually today is his own birthday too, and their spouses, my sisters-in-law, Yabo, Pinyolu, Kende, Taiwo, and their spouses, and our extended families. I thank you for being part of my academic journey. I'm so grateful for the memories we've shared, the laughter we've enjoyed, and the adventures we have had together. I look forward to many more. As I look back on my career, I am reminded of the power of dedication, perseverance, and hard work. I've seen generations of students come and go, each leaving their own mark on our institution and the world. I've witnessed historic moments, celebrated triumphs, and weathered challenges alongside this community. The university environment is indeed a melting point. However, the hallmarks of academia are truth and integrity. In adhering to these tenets, one does step on toes, and many toes are darts, and I can assure you I've stepped on many. To those who felt offended by my actions or inactions in the course of my academic journey, I wish to assure you that they were purely a matter of policy, of principle and policy. I thank you again for this incredible journey. I will always treasure the memories and lessons of my time here in Ile-Ife. In closing, I wish to leave you with the wordings of today's Bible verse of the day. Let your light shine. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify God, your Father, which is in heaven. Matthew 5:16. Farewell, and may our paths cross again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together once again. Make it big, make it big. Thank you, sir. Please, let's quickly have our seat. We are closing now. Please, pardon, Prof, it's because that EPL is on break. If no, Prof will have mentioned about the match that will take place this weekend. But there's no, until August. So because it's one of the things I'm going to miss about him is discussions on how Chelsea is faring and how Arsenal is doing. But internet is still there. So we will close this program as we welcome the Vice Chancellor ably represented by Deputy Vice Chancellor, for his closing remarks. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, our MC. Let me start these closing remarks by appreciating God, as I did when I was giving the preliminary remarks, that God has given us a very good day today, very good weather, and we appreciate him for that. Let me say, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, that we have noted all that were pointed out regarding the actions the university needs to take in respect of mentoring people. And I want to say that I've jotted down some of these points. But more importantly, I want to, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, say that all of us must key into the legacy project that is being enacted today by Dr. Olagunju and his friends, or Olagunju and other mentees. The legacy project has a QR code. We can scan it so that we can participate. It's very important for us to join that legacy project. I also want to say that points raised by Prof, I have noted all of them, and I'm going to relate back to the Vice Chancellor, especially on this career development capacity building. I'm going to relate that. And I also picked something celebrating long-serving staff that Professor Bolaji just mentioned here, 10 years, 20 years. When he was joining, it was 10 years, but after that, nothing happened. I want to assure you, by the grace of God, before the end of this, the tenure of this Vice Chancellor, that will be brought back by the grace of God. So I want to thank everybody. The vote of thanks is still coming, but I want to sing a song for Professor Bolaji, and that is to honor God for this beautiful garden. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you. And we are saying thank you, Jesus. Second time, and we are saying thank you, Jesus. Saying thank you, Jesus. Third time, everybody now. We are saying thank you, Jesus.
Please, let's take our seat. So quickly now we take the vote of thanks, and the person giving the vote of thanks is not just a mentee, it's also a scion of Bagan. You can see that Professor Bolaji is living himself with a lot of Bagans, of the Baganites in this faculty, and particularly in that department. Dr. Adiago.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm standing on the existing protocol. I want to start with a testimony. On a day that we wanted to start planning for this program, I received a call. We are on the team call, and I received a call. Prof just left office. He was with us in the lab. We are troubleshooting LCMX, and Professor Ogudaini just called me. You need to report now at the emergency. I left the call. Dr. Olagunju could not fathom what is happening. I called Dr. Adegbola, we met. We couldn't return back home until 2 a.m. the other day. When I saw Prof, I was crying in my heart. I was speaking in tongues. God's devil is a liar. Because we wanted to celebrate this man. It's not a supervisor to me. It's now my father. Because he played that role in my life. And I'm thanking God today that we could hold this program. Devil is a liar. I will continue to be a liar. Thank you, God. How to appreciate the Vice Chancellor, ably represented by Professor Yomi Daramola. We thank you so much, sir. After your busy schedule, to stay throughout for this program. We are not taking it for granted. We thank you so much. I will thank Professor Akani Akinbi. They have been so supportive for us in our team. signing all our documents, pushing us forward, and we know we will not disappoint you. Thank you, and God bless you, sir. I want to thank my professor, he's my supervisor for my undergraduates, and I've been so lucky in that department. I drank from all the professors in that department. Professor Gunani trained me undergraduates. He handed me over to Professor Olubade. Professor Olubade handed me over to Professor Bolaji from my undergraduate, masters, and both of them agreed together to train me. I'm appreciative to. We are at the crossroads of who to lead this lecture. When Professor Bolaji told us that he couldn't take the college lecture, we are the meeting, various suggestions came, and we are confused on what to do. And I told them, let's go and meet Professor Gundaini. We are going to get solutions to this problem. So immediately we mentioned the topic, he said, don't look for any other person. I'm going to take it. So today, I'm thanking you, sir, for that great opportunity. Thank you, thank you. Dean, thanks so much. You have been so supportive. Professor F. Oladimeji, HOD have been so there for us, leading the team. Thank you, Professor Shoyinka. You are wonderful to us. I need to reiterate this. I met Professor Connie Masbrewa last year in Portugal, and I shared with him that Professor Bolaji will be retiring this year. And he said, and I said, I want you to be informed because our passion is to organize a workshop to lead Nigeria agenda for genomics. And he said, I should go ahead for the planning. And I came back and met my colleagues. And I want to appreciate Professor Connie. He's online. He has been there since Monday. He ought to be here. He got his visa. All the itinerary, everything was successful. Until last week, Thursday, that something happened that he had to call me. I was depressed. I've been expecting you. But he couldn't be here. But we thank God, Professor Connie Masperewa is there for us. Thank you so much. Well, we appreciate your cooperation, your collaboration, and to support us to make everything work. One thing about Professor Bolaji is that for the last 2 years, he has gone to the background. And he has thrown me to that team that right now I'm the secretary for that consortium. So he's working underground. That is mentorship for him. And that's why I cannot live without talking to Professor Connie almost every day. And Professor Bolaji giving the guidance. Thank you, sir, for that mentorship. I want to appreciate all our former Vice Chancellor. You have done so much for us. We need to appreciate that. For our 2 labs, I could remember when we actually learned with the bioanalytical lab also, Professor Bolaji approached you. University had to waive our 10% to get another inverter for the lab. So that's why we can run SCMS 24/7 today. And we appreciate that so much. So, Professor Ogunbode, we appreciate all inputs. If I could continue, I'm going to more of the values that Professor Bolaji has taught us is time management. So please, I want to appreciate every distinguished professors here. I want to appreciate everyone. I will recognize sacrifices that have been made to be here. And I pray that as we go back, the Lord himself will go with you in the name of Jesus. I need to appreciate our mother. We discussed with mommy in our team, and we brought the message back to our wives that you need to be like Mommy Bolaji. She stood with her father. Those 2 challenging times. Mommy is a prayer warrior. We were together that night. She was praying. She sent messages to me. Venerable, continue to pray. And we thank God that God answered our prayers. Mommy, we don't know what we can do from TPRG team to appreciate you. We will miss those pawpaw. We will miss those watermelons. We will miss those bananas. When we will stay overnight in the lab, she will send it to us to Prof. That you boys, you need to keep yourself straight in the lab. We appreciate that so much, man. And on behalf of the TPRG boys, the boys have emerged. On behalf of the CPRG boys, we say thank you, man. I want to appreciate Okpeyemi and Tunde, Tomilola and Tokwe, Ifeanpo and Tubiloba. You've been so wonderful for releasing Prof for us. Sometimes he need to be with you there, but Prof will not stay. It was almost when he was in UK, what is happening in the lab. What's happening? His mind is always there. For releasing him to us, we are appreciative. And for making him proud, I will say thank you, and thank you so much. I need to really appreciate Prof at the end now. The man you are seeing is a selfless man. He's a sacrificial man. It took co-farm loan for us to pay for the clearance of LCMS to bring it to Nigeria. We are the one, for your information to me, we are the one that it's not allowing Prof now to retire with a new car. He used the money he want to use, he has set aside to buy a new car to furnish our lab for us. This is a man that can consolidate things. I remember during the challenges of NOGA, we put up a proposal that will have changed things for us in pharmacy. We were there for 2 weeks. Anytime I remember this, I cried in my heart. We put out, Dr. Olabuju and I, for almost 3 weeks, brainstorming, put out, it was for infrastructural development and curriculum development. Paul told me, don't put my name in this for the university to see. But we don't have any other person to lead us. So we need institutional support letter. The VC at that time refused to give us the letter. By 11:59 for the deadline, Pro called all of us together. Professor Dr. Olabuju was in Liverpool. I was here because we are downcasted. I was in depression. And Paul said, look, these people, your life is not ending with this. You still have a glorious future ahead of you. I knew it was because of me that you are denied this thing. But I'm telling you, you have a glorious future. And that was the ways that gave us the TPRG today. We want to show to him that despite that the university denied us institutional support, we can still make it. And we did that. We are enjoying close to about 10 grants now in that group. It was because of this man, and we appreciate it. Despite that challenge, we still survive it, and we still exist today. It was never downcasted. He encouraged us. Sir, you are not retiring. You've told me that. It's going to lead the TPRG from background because we have set an agenda for genomics in Nigeria, and it's going to be our leader. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the team members, Dr. Olabuju, Dr. Adegbola, Dr. Taiwo, Ochuko, Afis, every one of you have been so amazing. And other peoples all over the world, our student Miriam, Jide, wherever you are hearing us now, we say thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Adeagbo. Indeed, Prof is a man of time management. But today is not in class. We are not in any board meeting. There is no faculty, but it's not. So we suspend time management for today. But however, we are closing right away. So that is the good news I bring you, that we are closing right away. But Prof, in his response, was appreciating someone, and he wanted to do something for that person. That is his brother, that he said today is his birthday. And the good news is that his brother is in our midst today. So I want to call Mr. and Mrs. Yinka Bolaji to rise up. Let's rise up and sing happy birthday for him. I think the band, and we are closing with them. Okay, sit down. May the Lord bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Thank you, sir. Please have your seat now. We are closing right away. Thank you for your patience over the time. I know those who were here right from the moment we started, and you waited till this time for many of us who journeyed from far and from near to be here. Thank you very much, particularly for those who have been part of the workshop that started since Tuesday. I could see many faces who are part of it all through, and you see waited here. We thank you very much from Health Sciences, from Faculty of Science, Faculty of Agri, from Humanities, you came. We are grateful. We pray that when your own time comes like this, there will be people around you to celebrate with you. So we want to appreciate the Vice Chancellor now. And before he takes his leave, we quickly take photograph now. That will be the last thing we'll be doing here. Photographer, okay. Please come. Come to the front, sir. The high table first, joined by the HOD. Inviting Professor Ogunmodede, please, sir. Can you join us, sir? After this session, then the children will join. Professor Ogunmodede, sir. Sir, and mommy. Okay, please pass things of the family of the faculty. Pass things of the faculty. 1976 set. Pass things. 1976 set. Please let the children join. Pass things and the children, please. Photographer. Let's go forward. Together and take a photograph together, please.
Mo gbàgbé kí n sọ fún yín lánàá pé báyẹn lè jù. Ọ̀rọ̀ ṣé lè náà lè. Ẹ fomi sí kẹ́ ẹ tún rò. Ẹ kàn tẹ́ ni. Ẹ kàn tẹ́ ni. Kíní kan jóná. Ṣé kí n fomi sí? Bóyá ṣe fomi gbígbóná. Ṣé omi gbóná wà? Omi gbóná máa tún ṣe lórí rẹ̀.